No more space battles for today. Sadness.
Just don't need medical. Yeah.
You mean like holding a knife to our doctor's neck?
I'm
'Cause
all
that
in
was it.
favor of stabbing.
Uh, yeah, and I think we need to give you to the Admiral over on the Grey Earl.
Oh.
Sounds like other people's problems to me.
I would tend to agree.
I'm not sure that matters to you.
I think he's headed outside unless someone else has another option.
No.
Nope.
I'm very well traveled.
I don't think we want help from dishonorable cooks that murder meat. Meat should only be raw and eaten as such.
You were just going to kill everybody else on the other ship and then us? People are people.
Yep.
Foon is gonna jump a little bit on him and bounce so that his so that he's slightly more
Brutal.
compressed because I am an alien according to your definition as such.
Well, he's just an alien to Foon, so we can let Foon hand him over to the Grey Earl. Or throw him out the airlock after stabbing him, whatever makes him happier.
Can I stab him a lot?
Yadir will kind of pipe up and goes, I think it's best that we don't revert to such barbarism. Simply giving them to the authorities should work.
That is
Fucking hell. Fucking hell, Hamish, can you stun this bastard? I don't want to hear his voice anymore. And Moira
Wait,
walks
can
off
I
the
knock
bridge.
him out?
Moira shakes her head, not caring who does it, and just leaves the bridge.
Foon is gonna see if he can knock him out by punching him. Yeah. Okay.
It's so bad for a person.
Foon did that. I think we tie him up.
Tie him up.
Tie him up and hang him from his toenails. I hear it's
No.
painful.
Let us not,
Tie him up.
not do that. I understand that you feel that some sort of penance is needed, but the man is subdued.
And the authorities will deal with him.
Foon has not had his tea or any meat in the last last few hours due to the space battle.
Sorry,
He's
I'm
very
waiting for
hungry.
that toenails comment just killed me.
As I look over at Kadir and see his bloody nose, be like, do you need me to look at you?
No, I'll be fine. Just
You
observe
sure?
it. So,
Foon is
Well-
gonna start tying up the other guy and heave him over his shoulder.
Okay, Foon, before you throw him out the lock,
Mm.
let's see
Put
if the Grey Earl wants him. Because he
That's-
was responsible for killing everybody on one of their ships, and
And more importantly, he probably knows where their base is, so he can turn that over. And avoid
Before-
the-
That is
That
a good
happened.
idea. Perhaps the wonderful female that left the room can negotiate that we get items for turning him over.
before
Sure.
we turn him over, I would request that I do have some time alone with him.
Well, why don't we put him in sick bay? I'll sedate him, and then we can deal with it.
Wait, are you gonna hang him up by his toenails?
No.
In a fashion.
Okay. Foon is gonna take him wherever anybody directs him and then go make tea once he is released.
Yeah, just put him in the sick bay bed, and
Oh, and tie him up.
he'll be locked down again.
Yadir's is sorry. No, so Yadir's is gonna just wipe his nose. Just make sure he's got all the blood taken off of that.
I suggest that you see the doctor before we deal with the criminal.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've told the doctor I heal quickly. It was just a minor exertion.
If that's a minor exertion, then I think that you need to see the doctor more. Because I didn't think humans just started randomly bleeding.
Yadir has this kind of like, again, you can only see kind of like his eyes because he wears that full face covering. But you can kind of see that he like wants to say something, but he's just not going to say something right now.
All right. Is the guy tied up yet?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah, he'll be.
Yep. Is that why it's handling like a drunk mule? Ooh. Foon, go smoke some meat.
Why would I ruin raw meat?
You can
You
say
hear
raw,
Moira's
it'll just...
voice. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it'll still be raw, it'll just be smoked.
It will be covered in smoke that's of a fuel engine that's toxic.
Oh, probably not good.
Yeah, you hear Moira come over the back of the intercom, now down in engineering with Keegan yelling the same thing as Yadir as he yells that back. No, it's gonna be fucking toxic smoke there, LeBlanc. And my burnt hair, Keegan, get out of the way. And you can hear you can hear us arguing over the comms in the engineering bay.
Moira, would you mind talking to the Grey Earl? See if they're willing to take this prisoner once everybody's done doing whatever they're doing to him. And maybe
Yeah, I don't see any reason. Is there any particular order of operations we want to go about here? Are we looking for something from him, or are we just giving them to them?
So Yadir's going to kind of pause, and he's going to just kind of be like, I would like an audience with the crew privately, if that's okay.
With the crew, like with all of us?
Yes.
Lord, all right. Does that include Keegan?
Do you consider him crew?
yes, Keegan is crew.
I'm just fucking with you, Keegan. It's too much fun. No,
Yeah.
God damn
What
it.
about the stowaway?
Yeah, he's cool.
All right, grab Armand then, I suppose. I'll come up with Keegan. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Food
So
is
once-
gonna make
once-
tea for everyone, so that we can all sit around a nice area.
Yeah. So like once everybody gets into the cockpit area, yeah, this like 8
And
people in
Food's
this 3-man ship.
Foon,
And Food's
think
handing
small.
out tea.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we need a bigger ship.
Yeah.
But yeah, once everybody gets there, because yeah, he doesn't want y'all to talk to the Gray Earl yet. As he's gonna just kind of be like, I have confessions to make that are pertinent to what is happening right now.
Please tell me you're rich and you have a 10,000-ton ship for us.
No to your question, Keegan, but
Ooh.
no to yours as well.
Oh.
I believe that trust is important when it comes to a group's operations. I have been told most of my life that trust is something that I should never give, for it is something that could be used against me. I see now that some people are worthy of trust. And as he says this, he's going to start taking off his head bandages, and you're going to see like his copper skin, his kind of longish black hair, a little bit of a beard going on, and he goes, "I have not been honest with you, even though you have been honest with me.
Okay.
My name is Yadir Hassim. I am the only and last survivor of my dynasty. I am Zodani. I am a scion."
Food's
So,
gonna go.
no big ship?
Food's gonna sip his tea and go, I don't know what some of those words mean.
Do you remember the Aslan that said could speak in your mind?
Yes.
I, while not a part of his clan or his race, have similar abilities, more powerful abilities. Those feelings that I get, the reason why my nose runs with sanguine blood, is because I have to exert myself with you all.
What does
For the
that
past-
Then
mean?
you should not be exerting yourself, because blood leaking out your nose is bad.
Hey, Foon.
Takes a
Foon,
sip of tea.
That means you've
Fo-
been reading our minds or something?
Well,
I
hang on a
have,
second
yes.
there. But like Foon, for instance, so that means, Yadir, that when you were talking about that alien ship and you had a feeling about it, were you talking to them?
In a manner of speaking, yes. It was more of an exchange of emotions than actual communication as you would see it.
Right.
Cool.
So are you from Zodani space, Yadir? Like actually from that far away?
I was born there. I was conceived there. And I was told the first few years of my life I was there. But as I said, I am the last of a dynasty. My family, my house, was overthrown in a coup. My parents survived, I survived, and we were fled into exile.
Shit,
There
wait,
I was-
are you like some like princeling? Like
I am the last heir of my dynasty. My family was the head guardians of the prince.
So there is a big ship somewhere.
A lot of money. How rich are
All of
you?
it, well, I do not know the coffers that my family had. All I know is that we were taken and what was taken from us. What was taken from me.
So you wanting a private audience with our guest before we send him off is so you can like fidget
The reason-
around in his brain kind of thing?
Well, normally it wouldn't come to that. As I said, if you feel anger or fear, it is justified. For I have been inside your minds these past weeks, reading your thoughts, seeing who you are.
Wait, were you in my mind when I was working on that poem last week?
Yes.
Do you remember the last line of it? Because I don't.
No. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Sadness.
I do not do this as a means to gain information to use against you. I did this as a precautionary measure for my safety. And I understand that for you all that are not psionically gifted like myself, it can be, I think the word is intrusive.
I'd say that's the word. So have you been looking into our brains then? Do we have some sort of assurances you're going to stop doing that?
If you want, yes. Although that's where trust comes in. Your minds are unshielded. It is as if there are open books in front of me right now. His mind is shielded. The man that is in our brig or medical room. A shielded mind only happens if someone has psionic abilities, has been trained by a psionic, or has some sort of implantation that gives them a psionic shielding.
So wait, that motherfucker that we knocked out was a scion like you?
No, he's not like me. I'm better than him.
Even if you tell us that you're not going to read our minds, we have no way of knowing. You could do it at any time. There's nothing we can do about it.
Correct.
Apparently, he's gonna bleed from his nose when he does it.
No, that's only a mixture of me having to read your minds constantly and me having to save your lives on multiple occasions.
Uh-huh. Poon's gonna continue sipping his tea and drinking his jerky. Or eating
That's,
his
Yeah.
jerky.
but that is where trust comes into play. Since I know about you, you may ask me anything and I will answer it within the best of my capabilities.
What number am I thinking of?
All right, let me roll. Let's see.
While we're rolling, Foon, roll steward.
Oh, I think I put it in
That's
the wrong.
six.
Earl,
Had a
don't bother
space.
rolling. Just look in chat.
Oh, no. Okay, gotcha.
It's fine.
Oh, I see that. Oh man, there's a lot of DMs. My bad. Yeah. So Yadir's gonna kind of like look at you, and you're gonna see his eyes flare a little bit, and then you're gonna see him just go 4.
Cool. Yeah.
So look, you dear.
I rolled
I can't,
2d5s instead of 2d6, sorry.
I can't speak for the others, but well, except for Hamish, who I know is from Reaver's Deep, and the cat, who I presume isn't an Imperial. But if you've been reading my mind, you're aware that I'm from the Imperium, right?
Correct. I also understand that your hatred towards them is palpable.
All right. Well, just so long as you understand where at least I came from. Your kind isn't really let off a leash on most worlds, as it were.
That is why I kept my secrecy for as much as I could. The bounty on my head would put you all in a small fortune. Enough to buy easily a couple dozen of these ships.
Oh god, yeah, there you go. Hey, you should have started with that. Where do we drop him off?
The
So
problem with that, Keegan, is I kind of believe at this point that Yadir is speaking the truth about saving our lives at least once or twice.
And even
watched him-
psychers are people. We had
I
that
watched
people
him-
conversation already. Sorry.
No, absolutely, LeBlanc. I agree. It's more or less one of those things where I was more and a little bit concerned when you decided to run outside of the APC the first time I met you, and the fact you came back alive with barely even a scratch on you was miraculous from my perspective. So this has been a long time coming, but I would appreciate in the future that you don't read my mind. Let's just say that I don't think there's things in there you want to see.
Understood. Do the rest of y'all have the same sentiment that you do not wish me to read your mind? Unless warranted, of course.
Hell, I don't care.
I don't got anything
I've dealt
to
with
hide.
worse.
I don't have anything to hide either, although I would prefer you not.
Understandable.
But again, we can't... I'm not really part of this crew, so I don't really have much of a say in this, but in the corporate world, we can't trust scions. We keep them out at a distance, or we hire, anti-scion security.
That is
Your
wise
people
and
don't
very
exactly
smart.
have a good reputation.
That is correct. We don't. But neither do you.
I don't think anybody on this ship really does at this point.
Unfortunately,
well-
out in space, the idea of a reputation mattering too much is something I think we have to reconsider.
Mm.
Can
I've
we
been out
do
here.
anything useful with this? I
Aye,
mean-
we absolutely can. Now we can actually communicate with our friend here, tell him to do things that might be able to help us. At the end of the day, if he can read our minds, that means he can read other people's minds. He
Or
can
if
tell us what
comms
people are
are
thinking.
jammed, he can read our minds.
I can also
Absolutely.
talk. I can also talk with you. I can move objects around me. I can tell the
Move
court.
Objects?
Wait.
Show,
And
Oh, no.
show.
I legitimately toss a coffee cup towards your head, just like leisurely.
DM, do you allow me just to kind of stop it?
Yeah,
Just
sure.
catch it in your hand.
Alright. Yeah, so Yadir's is going to kind of like give it kind of a flick of his fingers, and all of a sudden the glass will kind of slow down, and it's going to slowly lower into his hand.
But I'll be fucked.
Cool. Can you
So
make
wait.
things fly so I can chase it?
I can make things float, and I can make myself fly. I can make people fly for short periods of time, depending on weight.
Yadir, most of the psychers or the scions that I saw in the Imperium could do like 1, 2, maybe like 3 of these things. How many powers, or whatever you call them, do you got?
I can do everything besides see sight beyond sight.
All right, you see Moira's like eyes widen pretty wide at that kind of comment, and she kind of nods. And how powerful are you, Yadir?
There's no imperial measurement that would give an accurate description, and I am not one to boast of my claims. But my parents molded me into a weapon, to a tool to take back my house.
You need to stop bleeding to do that.
I will work on that.
Good to know.
All right. Well, I think at this point, if we have something else that we want to talk about, I think you should go have your, I don't know what I want to call it, interrogation with our friend before we send him off to the Grey Earl.
Wait, he's allowed to interrogate him, but I'm not?
Foon, you're going to stab him. Yadir's going to go into his mind and technically leave him alive.
I can leave him alive and stab him.
Depending how much he struggles.
Can I just stab him once?
Boone,
I
Boone,
missed it.
Food?
What?
How about
Then the next
Kadir,
one.
if you need stabbing or strangling help or hanging him up by his toenails, will you please go get Foon to help you?
I may. Although, you may also
I
watch
may.
if you wish. I will warn you, though, depending on how much he resists, it will be quite gruesome to watch. His mind may shatter and break.
I think Foon might enjoy that.
He cooks meat for a living. It is a wrong occupation to have.
I do not believe he was an actual cook, Foon.
Don't confuse a cook.
Oh, then I don't actually care anymore.
Well, alright, if we're not trading this guy in for money, then I don't really see why I should be here anymore. I'm gonna go put out fires in the engineering room,
Okay.
because that's a big problem that we need money for, people.
I
And-
don't
Roger.
think that there's supposed to be fires in the engineering room. Do you want my help?
God, no.
Moira follows after Keegan, waving to the others that she'll stay in comm range for her PDA, and they both disappear outside the room.
All right. Yeah. So if anyone wants to come follow Yadir to watch this horror show, I'm about to go break this guy's mind.
Okay.
Sick.
Adair,
Well-
do you mind if I have him hooked up so I can watch his vitals?
By his toenails.
You may, if you wish, Doctor.
Food has
Ooh.
decided since the guy doesn't actually cook meat for a living, he doesn't care. And is gonna go wander off and try to clean stuff.
You were more upset that he had the audacity to cook his meat.
Friend to try to kill Doctor. Yeah.
It was his whole career is around cooking meat, and he jumped out at me.
All right. So yeah, I guess after the guy's all EKG and him, he's probably still unconscious, which is fine. He won't scream as much. Yeah. So, DM is the shield still active in his body?
I think so, but I don't think there's going to be an opposing check if it calls for one.
Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to assault his shielded mind. But if it succeeds, since he is unconscious, he probably can't fight back on it.
Yeah, it's not going to be a mental battle. It's just a success.
All right. I will be spending my luck, which is a +1 per luck. Correct?
Yeah, I'd be careful with that, though. I don't really hand out luck very often, so...
Nope.
Oh, okay.
It's a one-way trip down.
Luck is a death, not a interesting.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought it was a resource that came back per
No,
per game.
you gotta work for it.
Good to know. Good to know.
I
All right.
actually don't remember when you've given out luck. I think you've given it one.
Yeah,
You gave us
All
a
10,
big-
9
gave me a-
sessions.
it's a very rare resource that you use in emergencies.
Fair enough. All right. I will then just do a basic roll. I'll boost it. Actually, I'll spend a little more to boost it. There we go.
Yeah, you can
All right.
presume that we're going to have plenty of time to recoup your psi, so...
All right. So then let's see if attempt number 1. Oh, did I?
You got a space after the slash.
Oh, space, yeah.
Hello, cat. Nope.
That doesn't succeed?
So that, no,
What
I
did
need
you
a
need to roll?
14.
Oh wow.
Mhm.
Yeah, to break someone's mind is a really hard thing to do. So yeah, I'll just keep trying to do it. Hey, cats, stop being assholes.
But that's what they do, dude.
I'll put on my
Oh, there we go.
I'll put on
Yeah,
the
so-
recorders for my medical equipment so I can play this back at my leisure.
Yeah, so
First,
you probably see on the first attempt, Yadir kind of like he has his hands on the man's head, and you would probably see his brain activity start to light up. And then after, you could see it start to. It's almost like it's increasing in pressure, and then all of a sudden, when it reaches a breaking point, it's almost as if his brain kind of almost goes flat. As I break through the shielding, and then you would see different areas of the brain light up. And each area of the brain that lights up is an area of the brain I'm exploring.
Because that's how brains work.
All right. So DM, what do I see now? They got access to this man's mind.
What are you looking for? He had a
I'll do it.
beautiful puppy in his childhood.
I'll do a deep probe. See how that goes for him.
Okay. Well, alright. Hoyt Neuland. This is a poor man who came from Thekar. As a child, he lived with Thekar until he was picked up basically with his family, and they moved to Fontramas. There, he stayed in a very dangerous, poverty-stricken part of the city underwater. Um, he basically grew up there. Uh, to escape the poverty, he fell in with a group of criminals and brigands who boarded a rickety, barely working ship and managed to, just by pure luck, after several years of being a broke, poverty-stricken privateer out in space, managed to come across the Marlheim corvette that had been basically irradiated and abandoned. Um, they commandeered it and have been privateering, killing innocent people, robbing small ships, merchants, doing what they could. This latest job, they heard about the specialized equipment that Duncan A. and Caledon was trying to provide to the Zanari. So Hoyt, being basically their infiltration guy, he has a natural ability to shield his mind from psionics. So he was chosen to infiltrate, become a crew member aboard this ship, and be their guy on the ship when the captured Marvelheim corvette would come and take the goods, kill everybody, take everything. While they were trying to while they were attacking the ship, basically they got spooked by approaching Zanari or Marlheim vessels and abandoned him for a good number of days. He thought he was going to die suffocating or starving on the ship. He has a beacon somewhere among his goods, probably with his vac suit, which is the blip that Moira picked up as they were approaching. It was him trying to signal his location and request assistance from his crew again. That's really it. Is there anything else you want to know?
No. So as he's doing this, you're gonna see Deer kind of like his eyes are kind of glowing again with that kind of blue. Hold on a second. This kind of like blue sapphire glow, and then he's gonna like relinquish his hands. He goes, "This man is a victim of circumstance, but a criminal nonetheless. His abilities to shield his mind are basic and rudimentary, akin to some psionic animals. I believe best course would be to turn him into the authorities, but I don't understand or know fully the extent of the authorities that you work with." He's going to look at the doctor as he says this.
I expect the authorities we're working with are probably intel based, so they may have a field day with him. Was there anything about where their base is, how many ships they have, or anything like that?
I can look deeper if you want.
Will that damage him?
You might.
Basically, his entire life he's been aboard this Corvette. His adult life being a privateer. There's no larger gang or a fleet of pirates. This is a one-off privateer vessel.
Gotcha. So yeah, Deer will kind of like do a quick scan real quick and he goes, "It's a single ship, a lone crew, no organized outfit."
Where is he from?
Where did you say he was from, DM?
He was born on Thekar, but spent his childhood and grew up in a place. If you can pick up basically the words. It's called the Gulch of Fontramas.
Okay. He was born on Thekar, but he spent his youth in this place called the Gulf of Fontramas. Gulch of Fontramas. I'm not familiar with this area.
That's where we're headed. You know why I'm assuming.
Yes, because of your friend.
Yes. The cars are next stop.
Were you two close?
Yes.
Romantic?
No. Don't misunderstand. We do love each other greatly. Just not. It's a pure, more perfect form of love, not physical. Or,
So a platonic form of love, then.
yes.
Was it one born of suffering or one made in passion?
Similar souls.
I'm sorry that your friend is in peril, Doctor.
If he's been to fun traumas, though, we might be able to use him.
Well, that would be up for the crew to decide if we wish to keep him. But I don't know if you've noticed this, Doctor. This ship is getting very claustrophobic, it would seem.
Very cramped, I know. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
And do you feel comfortable keeping this man aboard a vessel for 2 weeks?
Once we strip him of all of his goods, yeah, sure.
They did it to me. Don't see why I can't do it to him.
Yes, I heard about your experience here with the doctor.
Yeah, that was my fault.
It's all right.
Oh, if you wish to keep this man, seeing as he has information about the area we are heading towards for the safety of your friend, I believe that your voice has more weight in this discussion.
Yeah. I have one question for you, though.
Ask.
You plan to regain your family's dynasty?
What do you say? Sorry?
You're heading to regain your family's dynasty.
Yes, that is the goal.
How far are you going to go?
As far as needed. First, I would need the heirlooms of my fathers that were taken from me. After that, I will set my courses towards Odani space and retake what is mine. If you're asking, what am I willing to do in order to achieve my goal? That is a long conversation.
Perhaps I'll bring some of Foon's tea and we can talk tomorrow.
I will inform the others that you wish to keep the captive. Do you wish to tell Moira to not hail the vessel?
Yeah. We can at least tell them what we've turned over. I'll let them know that that mission has been completed.
Is this vessel that's escorting us taking us to our destination, or are they leaving us?
They're taking us to Thekar and dropping us. And from there, we're on our own.
Well, it could be that once we reach system, then we can fork over this man to the authorities.
Okay, I guess I need to talk to the others. I'll check his vitals, make sure he's solid, turn off the recordings.
Yes. His brain should still be functional. He shouldn't have any adverse effects. The fact that he was unconscious helped save his mind from batterments.
I'll give him a light sedation to keep him under for the next 6 hours.
Okay.
That should work just fine.
Well, this should be interesting.
Getting real crowded in my sky.
It's getting real crowded, isn't it?
Sky's one thing, same room as another.
It is a body odor filled ship. We'll just leave it at that.
Oh God! Ooh, Fritos.
I can't wait till we get some air recycling.
At least we have 5 freshers.
At least we've got the toxic engine smoke to, cover up the body odor.
Yeah.
Some of the tea is supposed to smell really spicy and strong. I'm sure that I make it better every time.
Ooh, that smells great mixing with the toxic smoke coming from
Oh
engineering.
yeah, this is a noxious cocktail of smells building on this
Oh,
ship, just
God.
compounding on one each other.
My favorite thing is that everyone. I wonder if Foon species would become nose blind, but every human on the ship is going to become nose blind to it eventually. So when we dock
Yeah.
somewhere and open that cargo door, it's like
It's just like noxious gas starts pouring out of the airlock.
it's like a miasma. Like
The first thing we're doing
space.
when we hit the starport is going straight to the showers.
Hours. Yeah. Oh God, 2 weeks. Well,
Aren't there
I guess
showers?
is there
board?
anything I can do as Moira Faust to fix engineering or to like help repair things with anything we have on board?
Well, as I posted in the pins, you could try to fix the critical hit. However, you need an effect of +6 or 6 or higher to not need any spare parts. You do not have any
Right.
spare parts.
Okay,
Mm.
I think we're gonna be flying hurt for a bit. That's just so. I guess just
Can
like
you
thematic.
like repair it at all, or no?
Not without spare parts.
Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
could we-
Thematically, I guess Keegan and Moira are just busy keeping the ship flying until we get to a port. We're just
Wow.
like putting out fires.
The damage
Well,
isn't
should we-
terrible.
Yeah.
It's
And should we try to see if we get parts off this derelict that's next to us? Or back
Yeah,
there?
can we
if we were doing
salvage it? I would like to
Uh,
try to salvage stuff from that.
yeah,
Mm.
that sounds fine. It's pretty beat up, but we could try doing some salvage work. What
Do that.
should we roll for that? Probably.
There's salvage
There's a
tables,
table.
actually.
Oh yeah. Let's find those.
Yeah.
I was gonna say off the top of my head, if we're looking for M drive parts, then it would probably be engineering M drive, which would be Moira's, can of worms.
Or, yeah.
Yeah, there's a salvage
And I'm
table
gonna-
on page 157.
And Moira. How
Hi.
strained are we pushing the life support with 8 people on board?
What? Like, do you want like figures?
Can we keep doing it?
Every single time we dock, we need to stock up on more things, but we don't really have extra space for more air. Our tanks only, are into a certain range. So
Every time we dock, we pick up someone else, it seems.
So the best thing that I can argue to you is that unless we start to relieve people off of the ship from the main, except for the main crew, we can't pick up anyone else at all. Period.
Mhm.
If it
I
becomes
did
an
say we
issue-
should let someone outside, but no,
If it
no.
becomes an issue, we just have Kadir tell Foon that the gentleman over there is actually a chef, and then we don't have that problem.
There we go. Where's the salvage table? Oh, sorry.
Page 157.
Okay.
I
Which
guess
book?
essentially we roll 2d6, and we're gonna apply a DM modifier depending on how damaged it is, which
Oh,
is very
okay,
damaged.
found it.
So let's just see if we get like a positive number. If we get like a 5 or higher, I'll let somebody roll a engineering maneuver drive check to see if we can get any parts off of that. But
Okay, so just roll 2d6.
yeah.
Is
yeah,
everyone
yeah, go ahead.
rolling it, or just one person?
Whoever wants to, doesn't matter. Moira.
No, my question is if it's more than one person, or is just one person rolling?
Nah, I'll just roll it, and it'll just be all of us together. Everyone's helping Moira out as she's kind of directing people as we're moving around the ship. As the only
Yeah.
person with actual spacer experience, she's probably in the back suit around doing the spacewalk around, like pointing out spots on the ship that might be actually useful. So
Yeah, it's a group effort.
That's an 8.
Wow. Okay. So, all right.
Cargo.
I'll allow it. Let's go ahead and roll an engineering maneuver drive check and see if we can get some spare parts off of that. Probably
Okay,
just
so
probably just one.
I will do that. I got a +3 now because I'm actually at a +1 from the training last session.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
Go, Moira, go.
That's
Okay.
12.
That is a 12. All right. Yep, I will allow it. Let's roll a engineering maneuver drive check again, and we'll see. We'll see how many or how we do. Basically, just go ahead and roll it again.
All right, so still pass, but no effect.
Hmm.
Is that
Well-
enough for one set of spare parts? Like I rip out one thing that's useful from the maneuver drive that hasn't deteriorated.
I think that's fine.
Cool. I'm comfortable with one chance to fix us. Like that seems reasonable. This ship was fucked up.
Hmm.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll one more time. All right. So with time, this is probably going to take a 1d6. So this is probably going to be a day's effort, right?
No, yeah, totally.
Going out and picking up or scouting around the derelict ship, diving to engineering, picking out parts that could be scavenged. The damage to the maneuver drive wasn't terrible. It was only a level 1 crit, so it was just like some parts that need to be swapped out. Spending about we'll call it like a day's effort, so 24 hours sitting out here scavenging through it, picking out the parts, and then Moira with an additional 4 hours. You will go ahead and basically just patch up your critical damage.
Okay.
It's a bit shoddy. The parts are not ideal, but it will work. At least it will fix the issue with the scout ship dragging to the right every time you fly it.
Perfect.
So does that mean we get rid of that -1?
That does, I believe.
Yeah. Doesn't fix your hull problems, but it fixes your pilot check.
Sweet.
Wicked. I will say then at one point I do kick Keegan out of engineering and I call Yadir over the comms and ask him to come down so I can show him something as we're doing the fix.
Oh yeah, I'm just the engineer. I've been here longer, senor. You don't mean shit. I'm gonna go to sleep in my helicopter. I hate this.
Foon is going to have left Keegan tea and jerky.
Nice. Why is there meat in my helicopter?
With a nice cup of tea next to it.
Keegan, have you never owned a cat? They leave you stuff sometimes.
Oh, that means Foon likes me.
It's way better than dead rats. Like
Nobody tell him
thinks
it
you're
means...
a poor hunter. You are a poor hunter. I shall provide you food.
So yeah, Yadir, do you come down to engineering or no?
Yeah, I'll come down to engineering, help you out.
All right. So midway through the install, you can tell that Moira's kind of taking her time, but she kind of stops mid installing one part and kind of glances over it and goes, "All right, look. So part of the reason I called you down here is to have a more private conversation, not in a larger group."
So, Yadir, by the way, you've noticed ever since he told you guys of his psionic abilities, he's had his headdress off. So, he's gonna look over and goes, "Speak."
So look, if you've been looking into my brain, you might have noticed that it's maybe not so similar to maybe some of the other people on the crew. I would prefer it if that information stays between us.
Understood.
I don't really have much more to say about it at the moment. I understand that you spoke about honesty, but there's no real organic way to have this kind of conversation. So, suffice to say, that you understand that I hate the Imperials, and I have just as much reason to not want to be anywhere near that as you. So, you're my friend, Yadir. I understand that your people don't necessarily work under the same sort of functions or laws or ways of thinking as my people. You can get into my brain, you can get into other people's brains, and that's a tempting thing to have a power to. So just look, I just don't think it's a good idea for you to peek into this old noggin for the most part. Thank you for just trying.
He kind of nods. He goes, "Know that while your core might be the way it is, your..." He's trying to think of a way to basically give symbolism to how a brain is structured, at least how he sees it. He goes, "Well, your core might seem planned. Who you are is not who they made."
Yeah, I'm sure there. So anyway, when you're putting this part in, and she continues
Yeah,
going on with
everyone's gonna...
the semi lecture, semi conversation, you can see her body language relaxes, but she just kind of goes back into what she's doing.
Yeah, you dear note, kind of getting the cue that to drop the conversation, just kind of like goes back along with nodding along, and you can tell this man has probably never held a welding torch in his life, or has ever really turned a wrench.
Yeah.
But he's trying.
And after the end of that, I do calm Keegan, and as a a white flag a bit, you can kind of hear Moira go, "Hi, Keegan, I don't think I've actually fucking properly installed this part. Can you come show us what's done?"
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here drinking tea and eating turkey. So I'm gonna be taking a nap after this. I'm sure you got it. You don't need me, right?
Fucking baby.
Right?
Fine.
Just sending me out of the
hear...
engineering all willy-nilly, Miss Lead Engineer.
I'm fucking trying to apologize. Just deal with yourself.
You're gonna hear Yadiro the mic goes, "So does the 19 millimeter, is that the same as a 3/4 inch? I do not understand the difference of the numbers."
Oh, just
Oh,
all
God
right.
damn it. All right, I'll come help.
Keegan,
You
come
and
help.
Coon
Fuck's sakes.
should work together.
There's different numbers on the wrenches?
Foon,
'Cause
get off this
apparently-
channel. Foon, get off this channel. You're not allowed in the engineering channel at all.
You're gonna have to block him from that because he just channel surfs through every channel.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no. And Moira begins working on those capabilities.
Are you keeping the guy sedated this whole time, or he would be awake at this point unless you're going to keep him constantly under?
Yeah, I need to talk to the crew before he comes out. So the crux of it is he's from Fun Traumas. He might be able to help guide us and avoid some of the nastier pieces, maybe. So what does the crew
Who are
think
you
of
talking
keeping him
to?
on?
What room are you in and how many people are there?
The
He's probably
general
doing
comm.
like, yeah.
Yeah, the general comm say, our little would-be murdering pirate.
Was he a chef?
No.
Okay.
No, he is actually quite terrible at it, from what I saw.
Oh, so he's bad at cooking meat. I'm not sure
No.
if that's word or not. Or not.
He cooks whatever the crew gave him, but he is no real threat his psionic abilities are merely a passive ability that he has to shield his mind. So he is not like me.
Do we keep him on board and use him as a guide, or just turn him over?
The doctor's close friend is on the planet that this man originated.
I'm hoping.
Why do we need to keep him? Can't we give him to someone else?
The doctor wished to keep him around as a guide.
I mean, that's up to you
How
guys.
can we trust anything he says? Can
I
you
can
do a woo into his brain?
Yes, I can. If by the woo you talk about reaching into his mind and reading his thoughts.
I mean, it means cramped conditions for 2 weeks. Or do we
I don't
go
know.
blind and just call it good?
When is the Earl or Gray Earl coming by?
I mean, it kind of was already nearby.
Right.
You guys can contact them as you will.
Okay. I mean, we can let them know that we've completed the mission of the original scout.
Maybe they can give us some more things. But I don't see why we can't unload some people on them.
Well, it's just this one, unless Armin wants to leave, and I don't think that's the area he wants to leave in.
Well,
No, it is not
was-
the.
it
Was
was
that?
originally, but didn't you tell me not to?
No.
I'm getting mixed signals here. I get it that it's really cramped here, but
Yeah,
Humans give mixed signals.
all the time.
I think what Hamish was trying to say, Armand, is that we're welcoming you on board, but if you yourself don't like the stench, you can always dock off whenever you want, right?
I
I
don't.
would just say that
I don't know what I'm doing at this point.
Would you like me to figure out what you really want?
Wow.
No, I don't. Look, I've
Wait,
got
can you
to.
figure out what I really want?
oh god.
I think we all know what you want, Finn.
I don't think we need Kadar for that. Thank you.
Does it
You
have
would be
something to do
surprised.
with flour water and beef jerky?
His mind is actually quite more active once you peel back the outer layers.
Like an onion.
Like an onion, yeah.
No, I have a
I
pillow
resent
and a
being compared
blanket
to a vegetable.
in the cargo hold. I'm okay. Yeah, I don't know
So
what
look-
I'm doing here anymore.
So look, I'll send a message to the Grey Earl, informing them that we do have an individual, unless you would like to keep him, Hamish, that we would like to maybe do a little bit of a prisoner transfer for. Might be able to get some credits out of it for turning in a privateer who affected, different Duncan A Navy personnel.
So are we keeping him or not?
I think that's what we're discussing right now.
We're
I
discussing-
vote we kick him off the ship and get as many credits as the female can get us.
Or we take him to system, since the Grey Earl is meeting us there. Then we can dump him off after the doctor gets as much information as he wants out of him.
The Grey Earl is in the system with you and Lestral.
Yeah,
So
we're
it's-
in this row.
well, that's true. You could at least wait until you get to Thekar to do this.
Right. I mean, the Grey Earl has to take us to Thekar anyway.
Right.
And we're not going to tell them until we get there. Oh, by the way, we have a prisoner.
We could tell them beforehand. Just be like, hey, we have a prisoner, but we
Oh.
want information out of him.
Yeah.
Let us
just
torture him.
No, we are not torturing prisoners.
Just breaking their minds.
Only
Yeah.
if they refuse.
Okay. I think Moira drafts a basic message that describes the situation and informs them that we have
I
a
want to
prisoner.
hear this message.
You want to hear me say it out? All right. So you can hear Moira at her console. She turns on the computer. She goes, "This is the communications officer aboard the Guild T, Moira Durham, transmitting a message to the Grey Earl. We have a prisoner aboard, not truly sure how to describe the situation besides the fact that he's a privateer, and he might be responsible for the destruction of a myriad amount of Duncan personnel as well as a ship that might be of interest to you. We plan to keep him aboard the ship for the time until we are in Thekar, at which time we can transfer him to you, and we can talk about potential compensation for the extra action we did in accomplishing the scout mission that we went to go check in on. Hopefully, we can hear from you soon. If not, we will hear from you once we reach Thekar.
Probably about an hour later, they'll respond. They find this acceptable. You at least they know now, but you tell them that he is responsible for Duncan A casualties and being a privateer. They will be expecting a prisoner transfer.
Yep.
And hopefully lots
she
of money for this prisoner transfer shall happen.
she relays, Moira relays this to the rest of the crew, and when Foon asks that, she kind of looks over at the cat and goes, "Well, I certainly hope so, but there's a war going on, and in my experience, sometimes militaries can be very open with their credits during a war. Other times they might be holding on to the purse strings, as it were."
That's why the women should always handle that. They are slightly isolated from the war itself.
If only in our
Not
culture,
ours.
Foon. If only.
Okay.
Well, when he wakes up out of his stupor, since I know which way the crew's gone, I'll just wait for him to wake up.
Yeah, you're in charge of that. So whenever you stop sedating him, he will, stir in the med bay, and look around. His head kind of swivels side to side. Hamish, if you're waiting for him to wake up in the same room, he looks at you and says, "Hey, I can help. Don't, don't. Let's make a deal, okay?"
So,
Can Foon be there with him? Or no?
It's up to Hamish, I guess.
Yep.
I mean, it's going to be some random time, so it's if you're around.
I wander the halls.
You wander the hall.
The ghost.
A huge cat wandering the halls.
Hamish, you're also now pretty well versed, and so should everyone on the ship, in the quick communication thing. So you can just ping Foon if you want through your communicator, and ping, and Foon would pick up on it pretty quick.
Yeah, I'll wait a moment or two, but so you were born on Thekar and spent some time in Fontramas, as I understand.
How do you know that?
Our computer operator is exceptional at what she does.
This kind of shakes him a little bit. Yes, that's right.
We have a slight problem. We're going to Fontramas. We know there are pirates running the area, slavers, whatever they are. A friend of mine has gone missing there, and I am bound to find her.
Okay, let's talk. Let's make a deal. You're right. I'm from Fontramas.
What do you know about it?
It's
Who operates in the area?
He adjusts in his seat a little bit. Okay. When you come into Fontramas, they'll have you go to the low port. The city of Edison is the only city on the planet. It's made up of basically 3 layers. You've got the Gulch, the Drift, and the Council's Island. The Gulch is where you're going to end up. It's a very dangerous, poverty-stricken, crime-ridden hellhole. But that's where you're going to start. they don't really let people out of that area that come in from the outside unless you know people. I know people. I could introduce you to Sharktooth. He's one of the crime bosses from there. With my word, I could get you in, and he could help you. He could get you to the drift without any issues. Okay? But you gotta bring me with you, okay?
Yeah. And I take it you would just stay on Fontramas?
Yeah, you would never see me again. I'm sorry about the whole knife thing, okay? I was doing what I had to do, man.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Please don't hand me over to them. They're not lenient with privateers, okay? I was just doing what I had to do. They'll
Quite
kill
well
me.
aware. I know. Let me talk to the crew. You get us there. You get us through Edison, through the gulch, and help me find my friend. You're free in the breeze.
You'll never hear from me again.
If you as much as twitch and fuck anyone in this crew, while they may one day find your body, I promise you they will not be able to identify it by what remains. Capiche?
Yes. Please don't turn me over to them.
Hey, Foon, can you bring some tea?
Okay. Foon is gonna bring tea. How many cups?
2, unless you want to have some too.
Foon will bring 3 cups.
What a silly question.
And when he gets there with the tea,
Mhm.
who's the other cup for?
Him.
Oh, why are we giving him tea?
Because he's going to give me some information to help find my female.
Okay. Foon will give him tea. But he glares at the guy the whole time the guy's drinking or sipping it.
Thank you.
And keeps his hand on a sword during the time period, even though the guy's tied up.
Yeah, we'll just transfer him to a standard cuff. Keep him on the bed.
Yeah, the ones you use with Armand.
Yeah, exactly.
This is standard operating procedure.
It wasn't.
If you haven't been cuffed and you're an NPC, you're doing something weird.
Oh, God, how am I gonna? Yeah. Okay. Well, we gotta actually get out of the system first. So. Hey guys.
Hi, how's it going?
Oh,
I'm
sounds
right
like
here. Why are you talking on the comm? Foon
Well,
takes a
just
sip
over.
of tea.
You dear,
everybody else in here.
Ah, group meeting.
I'll step out into the bridge so our guy can't hear this.
Oh, Foon's gonna sit there sipping the tea with the guy unless you tell him to come with you.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
So Boyle has pointed out that Fontramas, for its tiny size, is more or less run by crime lords, which would explain why your survey ships get trounced by pirates.
You could also check the ship's library for further information.
True. He claims he can get us at least somewhere that might get us some information.
Do you want me to validate his claim?
Moira, could you validate his claim? Actually, I guess I could. one of
It,
us
it,
better
it
at it.
all depends on what information's available on the actual networks. We're not
Yeah.
nearby, so I can't necessarily
Mhm.
access local networks. They wouldn't be broadcast out onto the far wider net. And suffice to
Okay.
say, networks are mostly system wide. You don't really have them traveling any further than the star system they're in.
I was more leaning on the fact to see if he was lying.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. You can do your brain stuff. Computer wise,
Yeah.
there ain't nothing that can really be happening right now.
Okay. Well, I'll check the records anyway.
There's nothing saying that we can't, argue with the other Duncan A military personnel as we're going over for the prisoner transfer, that he might
Yeah.
serve some use in, a further,
Yeah.
action to help the Duncan A military, as
Mhm. Find out who stole the Tonto. Yep.
exactly
You
right.
need
It is definitely
Finn.
something in their interest to understand why this individual is involved and would have this information.
Foon is sipping his tea, smiles at the guy, and goes, "We need to know why you stole Tonto." Smile.
What?
He's trying to intimidate the guy to see if he'll give
I-
him more information.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Finn. He didn't do it, but he might lead us to people who did.
In my culture, this is called indentured deputies.
That what?
It's where you
Yeah.
take a criminal that has use them to solve the crime.
Elsewhere, we call that slaves. Foon takes a day. Take
Slaves
some more
are,
tea.
in my
Cultural
culture, called to be
exchange. This is
slaves,
good.
unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I'll go then wander off and check the database for anything on Funtramas anyway to see if we can find anything about Shark Tooth.
Okay, here's a high level of Funtramas. Funtramas is a storm-ridden ocean planet. Above the surface of the ocean, there are raging storms that basically make navigating very difficult. At some point, in some time, a long time ago, a little bit of a colonizing ship came here, and they actually managed to set up something under the sea. In a plateau. They founded a small colony. They called it Edison after their founder. This was for a very long time a basically a poor victim colony. They were attacked by pirates, slavers, you name it. This was a very brutal, long period of time where the population was kept very low. Growth didn't really happen. It was just a bad time. Recently, as of this library's records, which admittedly could be fairly old, the population is low but growing. Technology is starting to expand, and it seems that they've gained a reprieve from uh, the the slavers and other such assailants. So their economy is growing. They have actually established a civilization. It's mostly just one city. It's all just focused on Edison. Edison is made up of three parts, as the man said. You've got the Gulch, which is slums, poverty, drug abuse, crime, scummy motels, street vendors, gangs. No fun. You've got the Drift, which has actually grown into a somewhat modern technological city, TL level 9. So they at least have some grav technology, although it's noted that they're pretty poor, um, relatively. They've got things like skyscrapers, restaurants, nightclubs. Um, there's only like one image that you could really see, and it's denoting a kind of scummy looking city uh, under the waves. It's actually the city is built into plateaus that they've dug into the rock. A lot of it has like reinforced panes that you can look up and see, or there are some skyscrapers raising up out of the plateau and up into the ocean where looking out of the windows, you can look out and see the surrounding ocean. It's ruled by the council, essentially, the Council of Edison. They have pretty much absolute authority. They maintain power using the Security Bureau. And it is a growing independent city. There's about 30-40% Aslan, and the rest are humans. A mix between pale skins and Asian type humans. And that's really all I can give you from the records.
What's the rough population number?
Let's check the traveler map.
Yeah, because the map says under 10,000 sophons.
10,000.
So
Yeah.
No, it's probably like one
sorry,
second.
Faust. I'm just looking for a scale on the city, right?
It's pretty big. I would say it's got a population of maybe, I don't know, I'm just shooting a rough guess here, like maybe between 2 to 4 million.
Okay, cool. I figured as much for the amount of crime you were talking
Yeah.
about. I didn't feel like 10,000 sophons worked.
No, it's
No,
like
unless
it's
they're all
not quite as
pirates.
big as New York, but it's a fairly
Cool.
sizable underwater city.
Yeah, mega city. Cool.
I would maybe say closer to 2 to 3 million. Is that
And this is just for me. What's the law level? Is it does it match the map or?
The Gulch is fairly lawless. The Security Bureau. I'm not going to give too much information on that.
Okay, no
and
problem.
From what
I'm
you
just-
can hear,
I'm-
is the Gulch is fairly lawless.
Yeah, I'm scraping here. It's fine.
I don't want to give it all away right here.
Food's ready. Okay, so how do we deal with the Gray Earl?
Didn't we just tell them we were going to give him the guy?
Well, I guess we can.
Well,
I thought we were giving him to.
Eventually.
Eventually.
Maybe they'll pay us a lot and provide us with the guide themselves.
And they're going to have someone who can guide us the way he can, I expect.
We trust him?
We could just.
Foon is still sitting, sipping tea, staring at him. We trust him?
Yeah,
I can stab him more.
I feel rough saying this, Doctor, but I feel like your medical profession is overriding the moment here. This boy just betrayed us. I don't know how much information I would trust coming out of his mouth.
You don't have to trust his mouth.
All right, you know what? That's true. You dear, if you're willing to go for a dive back in to confirm what Hamish is claiming, then I'd be willing to more talk about it. But at this point, I've seen a lot of people who are desperate to not be spaced. They say pretty much anything possible to make sure that they're not being shoved out into the vacuum. So
I'm sure Foon would be happy to stab him before that. So
Well, I only want to stab people that are chefs and that are mean to my clan, and you are my new pseudo clan.
How thematic! I like that. You stab the chef.
Well, I guess we're gonna double check, see if he is leading me astray.
So, if Zedir is going to go kind of look at the doctor and goes, "Does that mean you want me to delve into him?"
Much like you're willing to do anything to meet your goal.
I have limits, but if I need to help you in order to achieve them, I will try not to break his mind. And as long as he cooperates, it should be relatively painless.
Then do it.
Yadir is going to make his way towards medical, but he's going to rewrap his head so that way only his eyes are showing.
Okay.
When you come in, Foon is still sitting there, staring at the guy, who I assume is either gotten very comfortable with Foon staring at him, drinking tea,
No, the
and
opposite
holding
of
his
that.
sword.
What's the opposite of that? That's what he's doing. Man is a nervous wreck. I mean, you're the one that punched him in the back of the head. Yeah.
Right. So what's his man's name again?
Hoyt Neuland.
Oil.
All right.
Oil.
Udir is going to walk in and he's going to look at Foon and goes, "I need to talk with this man, and I believe that you are scaring him."
A little bit.
I do not see how I am scary. See, I am very nice. He does the big cat smile.
Please get the cat.
Nobody understands it.
And
Picks
waves.
up, no waving. He picks up the teas, puts down the little cups that are empty, and stomps out because he's upset. Nobody appreciates how nice he was. He
Oh,
sat and
God.
drank tea with the guy.
I'm going to have to give Foon like a treat later on. I feel bad now. As Udir's going to kind of like close the door to medical, and he's going to stand across from the man and goes, "Your name is Hoyt Neuland. You had a dog. You had a dog growing up. You had to live with these privateers for some time. You were sent upon that mission for a purpose because you are special to some.
You're a scion, aren't you?
Do not think we are equal, and do not equate me to you."
No. I didn't mean to imply anything. It's just connecting the dots. That's all.
Connect them however you wish. But you will take. I am here to make sure that what you are saying is truthful. You have a rudimentary protection. If you keep it standing, I will break through it, shatter your mind like stained glass until you are nothing. Until what you are is gone. Hoyt Neuland will die, but you will stay alive. Or you can lower your shields, and I can examine you freely.
Hold on. Let's back up for a second. I can't control it. Okay, I was born this way. I can't do anything about it. Okay.
So you can't voluntarily lower. You cannot voluntarily lower your shields.
No, I've never had to, and I don't know how. Okay, I was just born this way. I found out through luck, and we used it that way. Okay. I'm not a scion. I don't know how to do anything like that. I'm not lying. I swear.
Unfortunately, I cannot take you on trust, but if you would allow me, I could help you at least try to lower it. But if we can't, and if you fail, then I will have to be more drastic, more invasive.
Oh. Look, man, don't kill me, okay?
Your body will live. The worst case scenario is that Hoyt Neuland, the identity, the ego, the man will die.
Yeah, that's kind of the same thing, okay? I'm not splitting hairs here. Doctor said I could, quote unquote, free in the breeze.
I never heard him agree to such deal.
I want to go home.
You are going home. As Udir, I would like to establish a mind link with this man.
All right, make a roll.
All right. Oh, God damn it. I closed the tab. Oh, here, hold on a second. Let me try to get back to it.
What's the roll you got to make?
No, I have to make gotta open up the book again.
Mind links are problematic because both parties have to roll and want to establish one. If I remember correctly.
Basically, I'm going to try to initiate it and see if he can reciprocate or like if anything can happen with there.
He's not a scion. He can't do anything voluntarily.
Okay. Then DM, would there be some way to probe his mind without like breaking him?
You gotta probably just drug him up again.
I mean, mind links are supposed to be the easiest thing.
Yeah.
Or Foon could knock
It's-
him out.
Yeah, so mind link. This power is used by telepaths to communicate with one another. It is by far easier to create a long-lasting telepathic link with another telepath than a mundane or non-scion.
wouldn't
Both
really
telepaths
be.
must use the power for it to work. Once it is done, they may continue communicating silently with one another for a number of minutes equal to the effects of their telepathy check.
I think you should just put him under again.
Yeah,
Okay.
well,
If we're
they
not
don't.
actually gonna risk giving him permanent brain damage,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and then you could just
call
take
the
your
doc-
time doing it. You have a whole week with this guy.
Yeah,
Call
yeah.
the doctor.
Mm-hmm. I'll
So
put him in there.
yeah, I will basically request that. Yadir thematically is going to sit there and be like, kind of like going towards his mind, but it's like you said, it's just like an uncontrollable thing. He has no access to it. It's like a shell around his head. So Yadir is going to kind of like open his eyes up again. He goes, At least you were honest about the fact you cannot control your abilities.
Yeah, man, I can't do anything. Like this, I'm just a freak. It's how it is.
To some, you may be. If you were born in my culture, you would be a prole.
Sounds pleasant.
I wouldn't know.
So
As Yadir's going to call Hamish, goes, Doctor, I would request that you at least minorly sedate this man so that way I don't destroy him.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll come in. I'll do the same thing I did last time.
That's
I'd let
fine.
him sedate him, record it.
I'm
and
back
just
in.
make notes while he's doing things.
Sure, and I'm not gonna make you roll, Yadir. We have plenty of time.
Okay. Yeah. So, is what he's saying true? Can you get us in touch with this shark taste guy and all that stuff?
So, if you're digging around and verifying his information, basically you can verify it. Sharktooth, a crime boss in the Gulch. He operates out of a section of the Gulch, which is a rundown part of the city known as Cuts Alley. Basically, you get flashes of images of worn down buildings, narrow, poverty-stricken streets, drug addicts on the corners. You can see basically in a warehouse of sorts. There seems to be like just a warehouse, actually. Like, just flashes in your mind. You can't tell where really it is or anything. But if you're trying to verify that he does know somebody named Sharktooth, you can pretty much safely verify that.
Okay. Can I verify that they're on enough rapport where this man can get us to contact with him? Does this man have pleasant memories, bad memories about this man? Because I could rate his emotion level too.
I wouldn't say they're exactly pleasant, but I wouldn't say any of his memories of Fentramus are very pleasant. He at least does know the man.
Do I know? Does he know anything about the man that would be pertinent? So, like, this man likes a certain type of restaurant, likes a certain type of food. Is there a certain key pass code or a password to get into the warehouse?
Is there a club he frequents that he goes to?
Is there
a lot,
a lady of the night he likes?
I'm assuming
What's
since
his
it's over
favorite
a
tea?
week. Yeah, what's his favorite tea? What drink should we bring him? Is there an alcoholic beverage that will make him fall into our paws?
There's a nightclub in the Gulch, a jazz and blues nightclub. It's called Rocco's Corner. This seems to be kind of a spot where, people that want to experience the nightlife in the Gulch would go to. Dangerous, but that's pretty much it. This is a well-protected man. He is basically a crime lord in the Gulch, although that's not saying too much. It's not like he's a major player throughout the entire city. Um, he's small cheese compared to things like the Orion Corporation, which also exist on Funtramas. But he has his connections. He's certainly an influential person to talk to if you're stuck in the Gulch and need to get something moving. I would say that he's not exactly the most pleasant to talk to. He's not exactly the most trustworthy person to deal with. But you got to take what you can get in the Gulch.
So is this Sharktooth guy primary role as a smuggler?
No, he mostly handles things like protection rackets, drug dealing, prostitution, things of that nature.
While I'm searching around this man's mind, do I see any? What were they? The Black Claws or the what was the Aslan group called?
I don't remember.
Do I see any signs or symbols relating to that clan of Aslan? Has this man seen him maybe at that nightclub or anything like that?
Not that Hoyt Neuland knows of.
Okay. Yeah. Basically, I'm just going to gather as much pertinent information that I can, and then. So, Doctor, if you've been watching this whole time, this interaction took maybe a couple of seconds before Yadir kind of opens his eyes again and goes, he knows the man. The man is a small crime boss. He deals mostly with protection and dealings, extortions. More of a thug than a boss. He frequents a club. Name is
Rocco's
Corner. Has a warehouse. Has operationals. That's where he has his stuff. This man can get us there. But I will not say that they are friendly, nor are they enemies. More of a fear or respect. Perhaps they worked in the past.
Okay. Thank you.
If you need me, make sure he's sedated. He can't control his power. He is just a rock, nothing more.
Wonder how you see the rest of us.
Well, you are open books.
Yeah, we're just open books.
Yeah, there's no protection. Funny thing, I could probably teach y'all protection, but you'd have to ask.
I just love the psychic gatekeeping. It's great. It's
Oh yeah,
Some of us got more pages than others.
Yeah, there's again, if you go into those the actual like Zodani stuff, like it's all like massive amounts of gatekeeping with your psionic potential.
Oh no,
like
it's a caste system. That's exactly like that's how they work.
Yep. But yeah, so Yadir's going to stand up and just kind of, he's going to go to the doctors. I did not see any sign of your friend, nor did I see any signs of the Aslan group that took her. At least from him.
Okay. So
perhaps the Sharktooth knows the thing, but I would have to reach into his mind in order to verify.
Okay. Okay. That sounds workable. Dangerous. And necessary.
Is she worth it?
Yes. Without hesitation.
Very well. Would you like me to inform the crew that we are doing what we are doing? Or would you like to ask Moira to at least send up a request to use this man before we turn him over to the authorities?
Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do. Beg the authorities for the chance to use him. Since he can lead us to bigger prizes.
If he cannot, I can. I saw his routes. I know his places. I know the man.
Okay.
Though, this man already has rapport with this shark tooth.
Yeah, and we need that, I think. Because that's probably why in the video, Aslan didn't care they were escaping. Tricky. Okay, Moira, can we convince the Dunkane that we kind of need to use this guy?
Why? What's with the change of plans?
That's going to involve a diplomacy roll.
Yeah, maybe I'll do it.
Who's got the best diplomacy?
I do. I'm
I
pretty
have
sure
a-
I do.
I have a +1, so if we're going off education, it's +3 for me.
Oh,
yeah.
you might actually. I only have a +2 if I go off of charm for diplomat.
It depends on what Faust calls for.
Yeah.
I think
Foon
it's
is very
probably
charming. He gives the best smiles.
Yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's Foon then, because like mine's based on like how much I know or my intellect. It's not on charm.
Boone is our face.
Yeah.
Diplomacy
Foon is
and
definitely the
persuasiveness.
So Foon is going to attempt to do this.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so if
Moira connects the.
Oh wait, Foon needs to know what he is saying,
That's
because
Well,
at this moment, Foon is like, I can't stab the guy, and he doesn't like drinking tea with me.
Oh,
so,
real quick,
well,
Moira, while you explain to Foon what's going on, don't let him talk until Kadir comes back and talks with him after I talk with Kadir.
okay.
Kadir,
But...
Hamish, come over here for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Kadir, Hamish is familiar with Foon, so he'll back me up if you need it on this, but we never told Foon not to tell anybody you're a psyker. Before he talks to somebody else, we need to talk with him. Because he'll go, oh yeah, our friend that rips minds apart is going to make sure that he, is telling us the truth while we're searching. And that might not be in the best interests of everybody.
I will talk with him. I will beseech him to keep the secret. I have a feeling that the two of us can see eye to eye. I believe we've done it before.
Yeah, he doesn't have any bias and thinks that everything you can do is cool, so
I know.
Entirely.
I remember.
And I'm running short on time here, so I think the negotiations for diplomacy should focus on the fact that this will lead us to, hopefully, some survivors from the Tonto, which may give us more information as to how Marlheim got the ship.
Yes.
That might get us further.
Play into their ideologies and governments.
Yeah.
Well, and Duncan A at the end of the day is definitely going to be interested in why this happened. So I would probably agree. We have to appeal to what's really important to the military at this point.
And that's what we're trying.
So Yadir's going to make his way over to Foon before they go on comms, and he's going to kind of look up at the large cat, and he's going to Foon.
It is good to see you are not bleeding.
Yes, well, seeing as I don't have to actively reach everyone's minds, it is less taxing on me.
That is good. Maybe you
Yes.
should keep doing that.
I hope to plan on to. But in order to do that, I must ask you a favor. I've been told by the others that you are excitable and you like to share news about your packmates.
Clan
Clan.
or
Forgive
pride.
me.
We are
Forgive
not
my
puppies.
Forgive my misuse. I ask that you keep the nature of my condition, the fact that I am a scion, If you could keep that secret from anybody that is not our pride.
All right, so no one not on the ship right now, and
No
except
one.
and not the guy that we want to keep that I'm not allowed to stab.
Yes. You may talk freely about my exploits and about my powers to myself, yourself, Hamish, the
It's
pilot
our
LeBlanc.
first clan secret. We must have a scribe record it.
I'm sure Moira is already on that. But this is a clan secret. Can I honor
Okay.
you with the secret?
I appreciate that honor. I haven't had one in a while. Finn bows towards him.
He bows back and he goes, I know.
So I will explain to the other people that we want to use this guy. And he spilled his guts because the doctor sedated him.
You may
And I
say
am
that
scary.
you may say that we wish to use this man to further the investigation of what happened to the previous ship that the doctor's friend was taken on, the one with the bomb. This man that
Yes.
we have in our brig or our medical bay.
Yes, Hamish must find his first or second wife. I am not sure.
Yadir's not gonna correct that. He's gonna keep going. He's gonna be like, yes, that one. If you can relay that we need this man not only to help with our investigation, but that it could also help them and their military with the investigation of how that clan of Aslan was recruited, then we can use this man. And then once we are done with him, that perhaps this man, for his service, if he decides to be cooperative, for his service, he could have either a reduction in his sentence or potentially be let go.
You want me to also argue for the guy to have a reduction? But only if he helps them, right? Otherwise, I get to kill him.
If that is your custom, that is your way. Yes. And you may say that we relinquished him as information due to the fact that you are a proud and noble warrior that a mere human couldn't nearly best.
I just smiled at him and Hamish did the rest.
Your smile was most intimidating.
I thought they were supposed to be friendly and inspire confidence.
It inspires confidence in your clanmates, but fear in our enemies.
I like that.
Yes. Do you think you can do that, Foon?
I think so.
I believe you can as well. All right. Yeah, Foon, you're up.
All right.
Good pep talk. You got this, champ. Let's go.
We're gonna dial up the other ship.
Okay. So you open communication with the Grey Earl. You reach a communication officer on the other side, and they inquire as to why you are calling.
Hi. There's been we would like to make a slight amendment to the change in plans that we had. Can I speak to someone about that?
What? Okay. Would you like to speak directly to the ambassador or the captain?
Whoever you think would be the most appropriate related to government matters.
That would probably be the ambassador.
And the ambassador would be wonderful to speak with. I'm sure eventually I'll be able to have tea with him.
Okay. Please wait. And after a little while, the red-faced, portly, strange man from before appears. Hello. Hello,
Hi,
Guilty.
Ambassador.
Yes. What could I do for you?
We would like to make a slight change of plan about the transfer of the prisoner because I have found a use for him. We as a group actually have, but I will take the credit for the moment. Basically, we think that he can lead us to the survivors of the Toronto, maybe, and we'll be able to figure out how we even were able to get the ship before, the one that we stopped, and the reason that you guys are hauling us around.
If I'm understanding correctly, you're trying to cancel the prisoner transfer?
Well, postpone. Cancel is such a strong word. After all, we wish to be able to use him in order to have some subterfuge and be able to find out more about some unsavory elements. Therefore, we think that we might even be able to figure out about the other Aslan that found him and that were the evil ones that we want to kill.
Okay. Let's roll diplomacy.
Do you need more information from me?
I like the way you asked that is basically it's like Foon had this entire speech prepped and like all these things, and then it's just like, yeah, no, we believe you. You're like, are you sure you don't want to hear anything more? I have more.
I have sheets. I have notes.
I worked really hard on this. You want to hear how I got the information? I stabbed him.
Okay. Well, no, GM got confused, so the ambassador's confused. So he's staring through the screen.
And if the guy is really, really useful to us, we might ask that you lower his sentence. Also, apparently, I'm not allowed to stab him unless he's bad.
God, this is Anna. You destroy me. So, okay. So you're saying that your prisoner will be able to assist you in your investigation of the Tonto incident?
That is the hope. If not, I'm allowed to kill him. Unless you object, of course, and then I will subdue him and bring him back to you, and you can kill him.
I suppose that is reasonable. The Tonso incident and resolving that is a higher priority, I believe. You do have the honor and recognition of the Duncan A Navy. So, I think we can come to an agreement on that.
Wonderful. And maybe someday we can have tea together.
I would like that. Your ship name is the Guild Tea. Is that just a play on words, or do you actually sell tea?
We do sell tea. Did we not give you a card? I can have Moira send you information.
What kind of tea do you sell?
We, at the current moment, have 2 different varieties, and we hope to expand to have much more. We have a nice spicy variety and a nice soothing variety.
As she's
I can
talking,
provide 5 packets of each.
Deals are appearing on his screen as I'm sending messages.
Is this? Do you offer discounts for military members?
Well, it'll depend on how much. After all, you have to talk to a female about all the finances, because us males, we shouldn't deal with it.
We do have some time together. We will be most likely disembarking from this system in a day or 2. So in the meantime, I would be interested in buying some tea, actually. It's been quite some time.
Okay, Food actually has 2 kilos of tea, so we can divide up some of that.
God, you have 2 kilos of dry tea. That's so much tea.
A lot of tea. I just like the fact that it doesn't matter what conversation Food is having, he always starts to sling tea by the end of it.
Yeah, just like yes, this political transfer of this
Oh, sorry,
guy.
1 kilo.
Just oh man.
Okay.
Swear to God, if you ever get a sponsor, you're gonna be like, anyway, this prisoner transfer is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends.
You have to understand, the ambassador's confusion is my confusion. I have never been more stumped by a player, like conversing with a player, than I am with Anna on most days.
I'm not sure
Is it
what
with
that
Anna
says
or
about
Food?
me.
I don't think it
Don't-
really
don't
says
read into it.
anything.
Don't read into it. I think it's fine.
Yeah,
Is it Foon or is it Hannah?
I'm not sure.
Yes.
I think Foon. You play an alien extremely well. Let's put it that way. All right.
Oh,
Sorry. Go on.
That's not even. That's just personality. That's not alien.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, the gist of it is, yes, Foon, you've managed to charm and inspire this man to allow you to renege on the prisoner transfer because he believes you that you are investigating the Tonto incident. So that's fine.
Wonderful. And Foon is gonna figure out how to send him some packets
Yeah.
of tea.
You're gonna have to like figure out the prices and everything.
That's female work.
Yes, that actually is
You
something
can't-
I would assign to Moira, but
You
I will figure it out.
You can't pawn
then
off your
tell.
business on Moira. You can't pawn everything off on Moira.
I won't pawn it off. I will figure it out and then send it to Moira, and Moira can send them the prices.
Okay. Wow.
If that's all right with Moira.
Who just sets up the deal? Moira closes it. That's what we got.
Yeah, no. Moira's been sending him active like information about our prices and stuff like that. So as soon as you send that along, she's already sending along, an invoice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like
I
in
think
my own.
I think the question though is actually how much is tea worth on the thing?
I have no idea.
Because I have 1 kilo and we haven't actually figured out prices, so I don't
I
know
have-
how
This
to
is our
figure out
first sale.
prices.
Like
This is the first sale. I don't know.
Setting the standard.
Perhaps.
Also,
we-
I was gonna say my own headcanon is that like Food used to have their own ads, but Moira also made ads, but they have it in like one folder. So when they sent the folder over, it was like there's like 2 or 3 like professionally done coded ads, and then the other one is like it's on a napkin and it's like stop motion and it shows like a little hand drawn stick figure Aslan like drinking tea, going, "This is perfect," like something like that.
That would totally be Foon, yes.
we could maybe call this like I don't know if I want to call it a luxury consumable, but that's the only really thing that I can.
I have 1
Well,
kilo
I
of a
think-
luxury consumable.
Especially because of the area we're in, it might be worth even more. We're in a C starport. I guess never mind. You said 2 million people. Tea might be more present than I thought. Never mind.
Where are we getting the prices from?
Well, there's a chart on 245 listing out trade goods, but that's like tons,
Oh, it's on tons, and I only have 1 kilo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Tu-
This is like maybe something we can figure out later.
okay.
We'll discuss. Like seriously, we're gonna need an Excel sheet on this shit.
Jeez.
All right.
Just so you know, apparently 1 kilo is basically 1 or for tons, it's like 907 kilos to 1 ton.
So this would be like, I don't know, like 100 or 200 credits.
So even if we do the the luxury consumables for
Yeah,
it still isn't like a ton of money.
No, you need to do this in bulk.
Which we have a deal.
You do,
Remember?
but you just maybe this should just be like personal use tea until you actually start getting bulk trade.
We're gonna find a literal ton of tea.
And then you tell this to the ambassador. He's like, "You're reneging on the tea deal. Never mind, then we want the."
How dare you? That was the cornerstone of this operation.
Right.
No, this is like gonna be basically the very beginning. This is our sampler set. We are starting out.
Yeah.
We're all startup.
Just sell it to him for like 250 credits or something. And be like
150 credits, and that's gonna be the whole thing of my 1 kilo. As my 1 kilo is gone.
I mean, that's basically what it's worth.
Okay.
I don't know. We should think about the tea business, but we should probably start thinking in tons. We need.
You may not think about it, but they do.
Yeah, we need actual tonnage. This is like not worth.
Is it luxury consumables then? Probably.
I think that's fair. I think that's, or I mean, you got common consumables, so food, drink, and other agricultural products. It's probably more like that. But I guess it depends on where you get it from, you know. Like the stuff that you got from Vincent, I mean, it only grows on Vincent, so you could argue that that's a luxury. It's I guess it's all how you market it, you know. You don't deal with that common stuff that grows all over the universe. Yeah,
we have our own plantation.
Secret supplier that only comes from one world. Yeah.
And only sells to us.
Yeah, that's luxury. You could sell that to the upper echelons. God damn it, we're actually doing tea trade.
We just need some bulk now.
It only took me how many sessions to grind you down?
Send him.
This is 10.
Send him the sample packet. He'll probably give you like 200 credits for it.
And hey, a military contract could be worth a lot if we can get the bulk for it, right?
Ooh.
We have a whole entire plantation back on the other place that's supposed to be growing tea for us.
That's bulk. That's the merchandise. We can get this going.
You won't feel guilty for buying from Guilty.
Ooh, I like it. That's a good long line. I like that.
Except for Foon's like, I don't understand why we say the name twice.
Goddamn.
Ay. What were we doing? Right. Okay. We gotta get to the car. Darn, it sucks that Daz left early. Okay. Let's go ahead. I have to run for a minute, so let's do like a 10 or 15 minute break, and we'll pick up when we get back.
All right.
Cool.
By the way, Anna.
Boo.
Oh,
I'm
you're
back.
kidding me.
Hi.
Oh.
Todd's not quite back yet.
Yeah, you gotta give me like 5 minutes, please.
No problem. I'm making a tree tab on my thing. I have mind thoughts for rolling for what is it? For Kradar if he is
Yeah, dear.
Yadir. How do I Yadir? I will eventually get it right.
It's all right. Good thing I have to say
Yeah.
his last name too. His last name is Yadir Hassin.
Hassin is easier than Yadir for some
You-
reason.
You
'Cause
you could call
Yadir-
him Hassin. Okay.
Yeah.
Although actually, you probably don't want to say Hassin out loud, just in case there's like Zodani informants or infiltrators nearby.
Yeah, you're basically the bleeding masked man most of the time in Foon's thoughts.
That's a fair assessment.
So it doesn't have to be fair, it's just how he thinks.
Yeah, and it's a fair thinking process. I bleed a lot.
Yeah, Todd warned you guys because I typed it on chat, but I wasn't planning on having him out Yadir, but he was gonna be like the bleeding masked man, and the doctor took the guy into a thing and made him talk.
Yes,
So-
that's not just cryptic as hell. They'd be
So it wasn't like he
do
was
you
gonna-
need help? Like,
It's like interesting. Like tap twice on the screen if you need us to come get you.
Oh.
can we talk to the bleeding masked man? Is he in the room right now?
And I'm making a tea table right now. Can they have different prices, Faust? Oh wait, Faust's not there.
He's not there. So okay, so Anna, for earlier in the campaign before Pearl and I joined, where did you guys secure your tea? Like, what is this planet that you guys were talking about?
The
So
one with the volcano.
Do you guys remember the name of it?
Yeah, I have to look it up.
Vincent.
it's Vincent. So Vincent is the one that has a tea. Did we decide to change the name, or are we gonna keep the teas the same?
We called it Bomba, right?
Yeah. So
Cool.
Bamba.
I like that. That's cool.
It was the tea name.
I liked okra.
Well, that's because when you look up what Bamba means, it's. But anyways, it's supposed to be a hot and spicy tea. I actually have a little thing I'm making for tea varieties that'll be in the Foon little sheet. I can move it over so it's on the top, so if anyone wants to open it.
I'm curious. Did this tea obsession start at character creation, or did you just get one day told that tea was good for humans, and you're just like, this is my shit now?
No, so basically when I was making my characters, I made him a little bit so I made him have certain, we'll go with obsessions.
Right.
Because I find it interesting to play them. So if you were to go to the things, go to like his Foon background personality stuff, and you read through it, there's a number of things that say T on there, and it's basically likes tea and likes but does not understand robotics and likes rhyming and poems. Those are his quirks, and then
I
flower
just
water
like that.
equals
Just that
teas.
like does not understand robotics, so you're just like, you see a robot, you're just like, oh, that's cool. I don't know how it works, but I like it.
Yeah, and then
He met Hamish and the old Laura because Foon was going to robotics conferences and met them there. He didn't understand anything. He just really liked going.
I like it.
and he was at a tea shop, of course.
All I like it. I like it a lot.
My foot is asleep thanks to my cat. I can move this bitch around. Yes, I know. I'm a monster for moving you. I'm sorry.
So yeah, we're supposed to have two different varieties, but Vincent is actually supposed to be like making us more through, or like actually all of their growing that they're growing for Bamba is going to be done through, I don't know how to pronounce the guy's names. I just put it in there.
Onago.
Onago.
Onaga.
Onaga on Vincent. So
Cool. Oh, I like it. I like it.
Yeah.
So by the
It's-
time by the time we get back, is there going to be any crop that has grown enough, or
I don't know.
it's the
It'll
future?
start-
It's like I imagine they have pretty advanced, horticulture.
No, Vincent is the opposite of advanced.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, never mind.
No, you should. If you want a good idea, you could go listen to episodes 2 and 3, I think, of
2 and 3.
the
Okay.
recordings. That's all the Vincent stuff. No, Vincent is not advanced. Whatever
But
the
it's
opposite of that word is.
But Bamba only grows there. Right?
Bamba. Yes,
Bamba.
it only grows on
In
Vincent.
Japanese, the word is inaka, which was politely translated as isolated place. But, WBF works too.
What?
Backward tech place
That's
would be
nice, that's
inaka
different.
in Japanese.
Oh.
So we're gonna do price per ton. And then
Yeah.
I had been trying to set up the one for the we never actually got around to it with the monk guy.
Cool. I like it. I like all the little connections we got for potential tea.
Okay. Carrying right along.
Oh, and did we have the name for the other tea?
We might have. I don't really remember.
I will go look.
You have to be the tea person.
I know.
What was the name of the mount? I'll look at mountain.
It was Planet Ia. I don't remember if
we never
named the
actually made
tea.
a deal.
Yeah,
No.
you just got like a sample of it.
I got a sample of it, so. And I don't have necessarily the ability to sell that one.
Okay. So, about a day or two is going to pass before the Duncan A ambassador on the Grey Earl is ready to Ashroof? Oh. Cool. So, in that time, you can relax, do any kind of maintenance that you can on the ship, although there's not a lot you can do right now. You're going to need to get to a low port and actually do some repairs. Luckily, both Thekar and Fatramus can accommodate that. If you decide to land with Thekar, you can do it there. Otherwise, you could just jump straight to Fatramus. After the time passes, if there's nothing you guys would like to do in the meantime, the Grey Earl will contact you and invite you to begin the towing procedure. Start linking up the massive tow cables up from the Grey Earl to the Guilty.
I think that is LeBlanc's category here.
Yep. I have nothing else to do.
It's not a very intensive procedure, so you can go ahead and set that up, Todd. Once you are attached by the tow cables, you are pulled in nice and snug between the Grey Earl's thrusters, and you are ready to go. It is nice and cramped aboard the ship. Get used to each other. You're going to be with each other for a whole week again. With even more people this time. So.
Oh. Just so you know, Faust, I've put the tea stuff on that link.
Cool.
If you,
Oh
it
yeah,
has
we're
the
gonna need
varieties and the description and who the supplier would be.
Yep, we're gonna be playing Spreadsheet Simulator pretty soon with all that.
GURPS time, baby. Woo.
Yeah, boy.
Although I need you to double check the locations if I need more information on that.
It was Vincent and Ia. Those are the two places well, just Vincent's the only one you really have a connection with. But you could go back to Ia at some point maybe and see if you can start some kind of farm or something. You gotta be an entrepreneur. Well,
yep.
With that said, the Grey Earl throws up its jump drive. As you are towed snugly behind it, you are launched into jump space. You've got a week ahead of you. We can go ahead and do a week of training towards whatever you would like to.
That's right.
Week of training.
Okay.
What was I training? I was training advocate. So I have one more week complete. I'm 3 weeks into advocate training, it looks like.
What
Okay,
was
s-
that?
Moira spends the week picking Keegan's brain on J-Drive engineering procedures.
Let's see.
And I believe Foon is going to be picking Moira's brain on being an advocate because I believe Moira has advocate training.
Oh,
She
so
does,
when y'all pick brains, it's fine.
Everyone else is allowed to, but not you.
Not me. Let's see. Can I, DM? Did we ever decide on the rules on learning a little more of Sonics, or are we just say we're not going to touch that for right now?
I haven't thought about it, man.
That's fine. That's cool.
Could you bother me like at some point during the week, and we can sit down and actually talk about that? Because I really don't know. I'm probably gonna have to consult the Traveler Discord and see what they say about doing stuff like that.
Okay. I would say that since we're on the way to a water planet, I would like to study seafarer.
Okay. Sounds good. Moira, Keegan, he doesn't even have points in engineering. He doesn't. No, he's learning. He's on the path. I think he's like 4 or 5 weeks into doing it. But
okay.
He's very good to learn with. He's got jack of all trades too. So
okay, so then I guess Keegan and Moira are kind of sitting over the engine as we're in jump drive, watching all the processes of the actual engine and all of the mechanical works, and we're like consulting manuals and kind of talking stuff over. And while that's happening, Foon is offering us tea as I'm like talking, as Moira is talking Foon through multiple different cases that he has brought up in some sort of like random, like legal diary kind of thing, and walking him through how that casework would go and how he should actually argue for that for his advocate.
Yeah, that's fine. Seriously, like whiteboards getting thrown up. There's a bunch of tablets scattered around with instruction manuals on the engineering. You got to figure out how the ship works. It's something. But aside from that, the prisoner in the med bay, Hamish and Armand will probably take turns keeping an eye on him. Like Armand is like, that was me. But really, aside from that, the week passes much the same. It's really crowded. It's kind of gross. But you're not using your own fuel for it, so that's something.
There is that.
Is there
less money?
Is there anything anybody would like to do?
Just like I said, Mudir's going to keep working on just learning information about this water planet. And unless anybody wants to talk to Mudir, he's not going to be probing your minds because you told him not to. Although you all are very like loud sonically, y'all think a lot, so sometimes you overhear things.
Foon is gonna be asking him to show off all of his skills. Literally like a little child.
Okay. What do you want him to show off?
Well, you said you could levitate and make things fly.
Yeah, how much do you weigh?
That is such an interesting question. Wait,
7
102
foot tall.
kilos.
Ooh, that's the case. 2.2 pounds per kilo means you're over almost 230 pounds.
Yep.
So, let's see. It is
230,
I can do that.
240 pounds.
I can lift you up for a couple seconds.
Flying kitty!
Yeah, so I won't roll for it, but basically Yadir's is gonna he's gonna have to put some focus into it because you are a thick lad, as he's going to just kind of
Thick, fluffy lad.
he's gonna put down his tablet and kind of roll his neck a little bit, and then he's going to ask you to stay still, and then he's going to actually I'll just roll for this. Foon, I'm going to need you to stand still, and if
Foon
you are
takes a deep
anything-
breath and holds it.
you can breathe. Just know that your body will feel as if it's in zero gravity.
Ooh.
As Yadir kind of you, Foon, will feel as almost as if there's some sort of force grabbing onto you. It's almost as if a pair of giant hands were clasping around you. And then Yadir, lifting both of his hands out, will start to raise up, and you'll see his eyes kind of flare as then you will slowly start to levitate up about a couple of feet into the air.
While he's in the air, LeBlanc walks into the room and goes, "Oh, hey, Kadir. Oh, hi, Foon. So, Kadir, I hear you're studying seafaring. I just heard about it. I can help you because that's what I did growing up."
Yes,
Foon is gonna be like, I am floating, I can fly.
He's in the background doing toggy paddle through the air.
Yeah, as Yadir's you could see, so LeBlanc, as you're close enough, you'll see that one of Yadir's eyes is focused on Foon, and then the other eye kind of subdues so slightly back to its normal vibrant blue hue, and you'll see him kind of look over at you, and he goes, "I am busy at the moment, but I appreciate the help." As he's gonna then activate his eye back up again and focus more back on Foon and slowly start to lower Foon to the ground.
No problem.
That was so much fun. We should do that as an act and get people to give us things.
Most people know that scions are real. So if I start doing that, there's a good chance that I will be called out and sold to the highest bidder.
Slavery sucks. Foon's gonna go walk off and make more tea. Thank you. Enjoy the flight.
Welcome. And then Yadir is going to. He's gonna try to do something kind of fun. He goes, "Foon, can you stand still for a moment?"
Yes.
How
Foon turns
fast
and stands still.
And then he's gonna turn to LeBlanc and goes, "LeBlanc, how fast are we going right now?"
Pretty damn fast.
Can you give me an actual measurement?
No, you are in an alternate dimension where physics does not apply.
NA.
What's our jump capability? Jump 1 or jump 2?
We are FTL right now, my friend. It's
right. Yeah. So I'm asking,
You're
how fast are we going jump wise?
You're currently towed to a jump 3 ship right now.
And
Yadir is going to take a teacup
and he's going to basically be like, I want to try something. And I'm going to attempt to teleport to this teacup near Foon.
Okay.
I want to roll for this to see how well I do.
Tea on demand.
Oh no. Foon is gonna want to roll to figure out if he can catch it, so I'm guessing that's gonna be a dexterity catch, huh?
Yeah, it's be like athletics, dexterity.
So, okay, good news, because it's an inanimate object and weighs less than 10 kilograms. It's only going to need an 8.
Okay, let's see it.
Athletics, dexterity, -1.
We get
I
real
just-
bored on the ship during jump.
I just really want Foon to fuck this up.
Hey, I teleported a teacup.
Yeah, Foon, a little ways away from you, you watch the teacup disappear and then suddenly appear in the air.
And he tries to catch it, and he reaches out and completely misses it.
You dive onto the ground and the teacup crashes on your noggin and kind of
Aw.
chips a little bit on the bottom, goes
Aw.
tumbling down on the floor.
Oh,
Sadness.
Your deer's going to come over to you like, I'm sorry, I miscalculated it was meant to appear into your hands, but I couldn't enact for the variables of our X and Y axis.
Okay, at least it didn't spill any tea.
Yes, it
Let's
was
not
empty.
do that with full cups, because they might spill.
Yes, that was my intent to doing an empty cup.
Foon is now going to take the things. I have an appearing and disappearing teacup. Wonder if I can make it just move across a normal desk.
What, like make it move from like one side of a desk to another side of a desk?
Just appear on the one side of the desk to a different side of the desk. That's all he needs to be amused.
Oh man. But yeah, I will link in with LeBlanc and try to learn seafaring.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
Does that mean I'm at Seafarer 0 or what?
No, that means you have a week towards learning seafaring. If you
And
have
then
no points, or if you are trying to go from 0 to 1, it takes about 8 weeks of training. So.
And then you have to roll to do it.
Yeah, and then it's an
Against your
education check.
education.
Yep,
But-
Foon failed his epic poetry roll.
Oh,
Oof.
brutal. We also have a bunch of jumps coming up soon after the Funtramas and this other shit comes up, so you'll get like a bunch of weeks in a row probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, as if you stay on the move quite often, it'll happen a lot. You'll be building that up. I added we're doing experience as well because I don't want it to take forever to get skills.
No,
Yeah.
totally. Yeah, and plus it would suck ass to wait 10 sessions to level up experience and then fail the education roll.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
Please
But-
don't
Fucking-
do that. I've been grinding my dexterity.
Nah, it's all good. Okay.
Also, Foon during this time has been working on the tea stuff and the sale pitch for each of for the one tea that we have the samples for.
Yeah, let's get together at some point and sit down and actually figure out this tea selling business. Although we don't have a supply yet, really, so.
Well, yeah, I've assumed that eventually, that we will be able to get one.
Yeah, you have to go back to Vincent or otherwise find some
Well,
tea to trade.
that's for Vincent, and I don't know. You never said how important the other one was.
It's up to you you gotta go. That's part of the business. You gotta get it shipped somehow. But anyway, that's something we can definitely worry about in the future at some point. All right. A week passes. A cramped, stuffy week. Um, Basically, you're gonna have to stop and pick up um, repairs and or maintenance and supplies either in Thekar or Fantramas. Either way, as you come out of jump space, soon after you come out, the Earl Grey disconnects the tow cables. They contact you one last time and essentially ask you if you're going to be okay, if you still want to uh, keep your prisoner, and essentially what your plans are going forward.
So the consensus is that we're keeping him until he gives us the information we need, or he gets us in.
He's supposed to introduce us.
Yeah,
Somehow.
basically we are making sure that he's giving us the right information, and if it helps us with our investigation,
Then we will ask for him to have a lower sentence.
Okay, cool. So then
Torture instead of execution.
I think Moira, make sure to draft a basic message explaining the same thing again if that wasn't made clear by Foon in his message. And we're in the car right now, right?
You are in the system of Thekar, yes. The Earl Grey is going to go and land in the low port. Try to get some fuel. Although, you know what? No, I take that back. Let me tell you a little bit about the car. The car is an extremely low tech, low population world. There are a lot of planes, a lot of like steps, I guess you could say. However, colonization and pretty much any attempt at turning the car into some place worth going really hasn't been tried on account of the vast number um, of xenospecies on the planet. A lot of the planet is just dangerous. The flora is toxic or otherwise inedible. While it's visually a pleasing place to see, the wildlife, it's just not good. A lot of the creatures are hostile. There's not a lot known about them. A large part of the Tonto's purpose for coming out to the Kaiar sector is to study places like the Car and come to understand it better in case of future colonization. But that didn't pan out, so there's not a whole lot to really research. It's just marked as not quite habitable. The air is breathable. Um, the gravity is fairly stable. Temperatures range on the warm side, but it's not really habitable. There are like very small pockets of humans that make small villages here, but they are very primitive, very not technological. There is a low port on the planet, but there's no real communication coming from it. There's no. It's just a black box of information, really. The car is a mystery. So I'm gonna say that no, the Grey Earl is going to have planned for this accordingly, and will have kept their own supply of fuel. And they're not gonna go to the car. They're going to basically take a minute, turn around, and then jump straight back on their way home.
Okay.
So, with all that said, what would you guys like to do? The Grey Earl wishes you farewell and departs, leaving you alone. The car is really the only planet worth visiting in this system. There are a few, like a gas giant or two, things of that nature.
So I guess the question is, do we land on the car? Do we need fuel, or are we good to jump right to Funtramas?
You certainly don't need fuel. You have basically a fuel
We have
tank
extra.
and yeah, like 12 tons of fuel tanks in your cargo hold. So fuel's not really an issue. It's more just, I guess, if you want to land and check it out, you're more than free to.
Okay.
Would you like to?
What does everyone think?
What do we know about the planet as far as the government and how it's set up?
No government to speak of. There is a low port. You can confirm that there is a low port on the planet from the library records. There do seem to be humans on the planet.
But
Their
no, we're
numbers
not
are
getting any
unknown.
communications from the low
Right.
port.
There's no signals coming from the car. There's nothing. It's a visually pleasing looking planet, but you really don't know what's going on down there. Nobody really does.
Well, do we want to go down and poke about, or do we want to go? Yeah, let's get on with the mission.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the mode of where we're probably going to run into enough trouble on Funtramas with the amount of gang activity and everything that's going to happen there. So I would rather that be the space where we, start to get a reputation rather than stopping at a random off-world planet that seems not as important as we could look for. And plus, I feel like we're going to get shot if we go down here.
Gonna get shot.
Do we have enough food?
That's a good point. I assume we do.
I don't know. We haven't really been keeping track. I did say that you do need to stop and pick up supplies.
Yeah, that was sort of what I thought we had to do
Okay.
this in
Well,
order to pick up supplies and such.
Who
Then let's-
needs jerky? Time to land.
Yeah, let's stop. Let's stop on Thekar before Foon starts to treat us like his jerky reserves.
Do you think they have a Buc-ee's here?
Keegan comes onto the bridge, right? He's very solemn, like stone-faced, and he grips the back of the chair where you're sitting, LeBlanc, and he looks at you like very deadly serious, like, LeBlanc, we're out of kibble.
Wait, there was kibble? I didn't get any?
There was kibble, now there's not, and I'm worried.
Okay. So that answers that question.
Okay. All right. Sure. Yeah. Let's take a quick pit stop. We can at least take care of the funds. I think it was 1750, which is actually now 2,000 if we're going to be feeding Hoyt as well.
Yeah, that's fine. Does our ship sheet have the money we were paid and all that stuff, Todd? Or
So, it is not the money for the group fund is on the group fund Discord tracker, as you can slowly see that it is getting rid of, and I think that Kodar.
Hamish already did
Kojic.
the.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daz did the maintenance and crew expendables. We can add another 250 for.
I'll do it.
For the new crew.
Yeah. I wouldn't really call him crew. He's more like the army.
I think he
2.0.
should get half rations.
jeez.
You don't need to eat if you're sedated, right? That's how that works, right?
You don't need as much food. I hear that it increases longevity to do moderate fasting.
Yeah.
Intermittent fasting, yeah.
That's the new
Okay.
thing, right?
So, taking a quick pit stop on Thekar. Flying down to the planet, you breach the atmosphere with no real issue. The skyline is pretty beautiful. You've got a pale blue sky, untouched by pollution. And as you come down, you can see long yellow fields of grass, essentially. steps, mountains off in the distance. The low port, as I described, once you start approaching it, it becomes very apparent that there's really not a lot of people here. There's seems to be like a outpost tent sitting out front by the door. It's an actual tent with a post outside, and there seems to be a strange six-legged creature sitting there. It's green. It's got fur that's kind of coming down off of its back, stretching down from the top of its head down to its back, and it seems to be tied to this post as some sort of steed, sitting there munching on the yellow grass.
Do any of us recognize it at all, or?
Probably not.
Okay.
I don't think there's really any information going on this planet.
No, that makes sense. Again, yeah, no, like everything about the Traveler Max map says no law, nothing. Like,
yeah, this isn't a place to visit. Coming down into the low port, LeBlanc, there's a wide open hangar that is completely empty and barren on the inside. Doesn't seem that anything's going on here. So it's an easy enough thing to lower yourself down, glide across the glide over the grass, and pull into the hangar. As you're coming in, if you're checking the cameras or keeping an eye on the tent, you can see a man who's wearing these yellow and brown hides as for clothing. He sticks his head out at the sound of your engines. And once you start approaching the low port, he like runs out and starts running into the low port quickly. So, coming in, you can dock the ship and open up the hatches.
And release the smell.
Oh yeah, you do it, and then like Keegan like drops out of the thing and like lands. Oh my god! Sweet ground. You smell that air.
Yeah, it's so clean. So Yadir, do you have any like firearms? Do you carry guns?
Yes, I do. He rolls up his sleeve a little bit, and you can see that on his like left arm, or like on one of his arms, one of his ornate looking bracers, or looks he kind of like flicks his wrist and it opens up into a laser bracer.
Okay. Moira hands you her rifle and most of her ammunition, and just kind of goes, "So look, I've got the assault rifle that I picked up from those Marlheim soldiers, and to be quite frank, I know you're a threat. You're probably one of the biggest threats we got in the group, but we got to show force. So if you don't mind putting this on your back just to show that you got a rifle on you, that'd be nice."
Can I use rifle as well?
That doesn't matter. It's just showing off that we have everyone is armed, as it were.
Should I bring the grenade launcher then?
Oh, yes.
Oh yes, Foon, please bring like literally like you put every single weapon you want on you. This is one of the only planets you're going to be allowed to carry around whatever you want.
Really? Foon is gonna go get tricked out.
Yeah, and Moira is carrying her assault rifle and her computer and basically all of her gear that she can without going over her limit. So I'm not carrying everything on my sheet, but I'm carrying like the computer, all of my guns, my pistol, all that stuff.
And we want the armor.
Yeah, like full armor, where any piece of armor that you're able to do, because this is a no law, no government planet. You don't have to worry about it.
Can I wear my cloth armor and my combat
It
environmental
depends
suit?
on the level of the cloth armor. I think if it's the second tier or highest tier of cloth armor, then yes, you can wear underneath clothing.
Oh no, this is underneath a combat environmental suit.
Right. As I'm saying, you can wear it with armor. So let me just I have the book open real quick. I can look that up real quick. So we need supply catalog.
Basically, you can wear. What kind of armor was it?
Cloth. Okay, so usually I wear my Dippo vest and my cloth armor. That's I
Yes.
know fine, but I was wondering if I could wear my cloth armor, my Dippo vest, and my combat environmental suit.
I think so, but I'm not sure I would wear the environment suit.
Like I
Okay.
said, it depends on your level. Page 108. Let me look real quick. Let's try to find the armor page in the course catalog guide. Because it's dependent on the tech level of your cloth armor.
My cloth armor is level 10.
All right, so let's see. That's going to
Which
be...
book? Sorry, which book are you? You're looking in the central supply, right?
Yep. All right, there's the armors. Cloth, and that's ceramic. That's
Tech
Albus.
level 12 is required for wearing cloth under other armor.
Yep.
Then I don't have that anyway, so it
So
does
then-
not matter.
Yeah, they don't stack, but at least you got,
Well, I have the Dippo vest, which I can wear under.
Yep.
All right, so
Yeah, Yadir's gonna wear his cloth armor. And
Foon
Yeah.
his shield.
is gonna look like crazy. He's gonna have his cloth armor on. He's gonna have his Aslan, basically the belt that I can use to kill people with. Stun fist, spear hook, the mono blade, a static axe, a stunner, and a grenade launcher.
Oh
And
my god.
just the Doom guy, basically.
and he has 3 grenades of almost all of his different types of grenades.
Yeah, so picture the scene, Keegan in his overalls and everything, he just comes out, he's like kissing the ground, finally able to get out of the ship for a minute. Armin comes out, he's stretching, got his arms over his head, just kind of, enjoying being out of the ship for a minute, and then Doom Marine, like 6'8", fully armored Master Chief comes out of the ship, like static axe, grenade launcher, ready to go, ready to kill. Just coming out. Not very long after you land, you hear the grinding of. Well, let me tell you this. Inside, you can see the nature has started to take back the low port. It's a big circular building with a few hangars in it, but there's nobody here. There's no ships. There's nobody running this place. And you can see like there's moss and plants creeping into the hangar. Any electricity, any lights that used to have been running are dead. All you have is the natural sunlight pouring into the hangar. Looking out, you can see long stretches of plains out before you that have no signs of, life at all. But as you're getting off of the ship, you hear the creaking of what was once a, like a hydraulic door for the hangar, leading further into the building, starts to grind open as the man who was in the tent. You can see him. He's a wild bearded man. He's got hair coming down over his shoulders in this, wild sort of fashion, and he's wearing what seem to be animal skins for clothing. And he runs in, stopping at a good distance after seeing Foon, just sheer terror for a moment on his face, and then he drops to his knees and starts babbling and like bowing. And he's speaking a language that is not the common, language. It's this strange like Onaga Buddha and it's things like
Foon's
that.
gonna try to understand what he's saying.
Yeah,
Same.
absolutely.
So it's gonna be roll languages, right?
Yeah.
Roll languages intelligence or what?
It's Languages, education is what I have highlighted on there.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah.
say it's probably education.
Well,
Alright.
that's what it says on the thing is language skill
Okay.
and education. So, which is +0.
Hey, we both got it though.
Yadir, he's speaking, like this very archaic form of, it's like a, I don't know the name of the language that most people speak in Reaver's Deep. It's not Anglic. I'm not sure, but essentially, you can pick out phrases and words that belong to people in the area, the neighboring sector. But he has regressed. He's basically speaking in broken phrases of English interspersed with his own made-up babble. And he, you have to listen to him a few times to kind of pick it out. But he's essentially crying out, "People who come from the night sky! The people who come from the night sky!" And he's bowing and repeatedly just like touching his forehead to the ground. Essentially kind of like, worshiping you for a moment.
Fucking Yadir is going to look at the group and he's going to kind of set his shield down for a second there because it's heavy. He's going to go. He seems to be venerating us, saying that since we came from the sky, it is some form of worship.
Are you fucked? Is that how? Does no one stop here? What in the world?
Well, it seems like a good opportunity to get things
Buy
done.
some tea.
Let me.
He rises
ask
up from his knees, but he keeps bowing and making this, worshipful gesture with his hands. And Yadir, he repeats a phrase a few times and looks at you expectantly. It basically comes out to be, "What have you brought us? What have you brought us?"
You see Moira kind of walks up towards Foon and goes, do we offer the fuel?
Yeah, you just like they want an
Maybe
offer.
So maybe
We got a
should
dead
see.
robot.
Maybe
have,
we
like-
should see if we have items in the cargo hold that we could trade that might be of interest to them.
I would say our fuel. That's good pretty much anywhere, but it's up to if they even have ships that use it.
But if they don't have other things that use fuel, we can sell like a small amount for a large amount of things.
That's very true. That's very true. So Didier, can you communicate that to them?
I can try. DM, do you need me to roll that or?
No, he's speaking like a broken form of the common language that you all speak. So if you kind of speak
Slow
very
down.
slowly and very
so
simply.
Yadir is going to go up to him and goes, "We have fuel that powers the machine that came from the night sky. Would you accept this as offer for trade?"
You fix guardians?
Do the guardians, are they made out of this? And he kind of taps the side of the ship.
He shakes his head vigorously.
Like, he shakes yes, shakes no.
Yes. He nods his head vigorously.
So I'm gonna look back at you guys.
Maybe.
Can any one of you help? Can any one of you repair robotics?
Hamish. Hamish could repair robotics.
I've also got experience in a various different types, but I'm not great.
And maybe the Keegan.
Well, just
Foon
'cause
looks
it's-
over at Keegan.
Just
What?
because it's metal doesn't mean it's a robot. Our ship's metal.
If it's metal, if it needs just mechanics, I can try too. But I would have to go change my grenade launcher for my mechanics box.
We'll find somebody to carry it.
So Ybir, looking back at the man, goes, "Show us these guardians. My friends will see if they can help them."
Ah, come. He
Let's lock up the ship, and what about the other guy that's there? Our
Maybe
prisoner.
we should leave. Maybe we should leave Hamish for now to watch the prisoner. Keep him sedated, as it were.
There we go. Hamish
Yep.
is keeping the prisoner sedated.
Yeah,
We're splitting the party.
Hamish and Armand will stay behind with the ship.
I just feel bad bringing him out into the, you know.
So, the man, he will lead you into the starport, and you can see that, like I said, nature is just creeping in. Like vines and roots are starting to break through the flooring. Panels have fallen off the walls. He'll lead you into a like a main section where you actually see that there are a few standing robots, bipedal, normal two-armed robots that are standing there with mechanical faces, but they're hunched over forward and they're disabled. It seems like they've just been standing there. Like most of them are pretty rusted through and basically inoperable. He comes in and he drops to his knees, makes a symbol with his hands, and then bows to one of the robots. And he looks up at you expectantly.
These guardians what do they do?
Foon is gonna go over and inspect them. If that's
This-
okay.
Yeah. This is holy space. Those who come from night sky bring food, things, trade. Guardians protect holy space.
Hmm.
The robot
How
is
long-
just a standard like maintenance droid. Foon. You even like if you don't have any experience, you've probably seen these around. They're just common maintenance or carrying boxes around, unloading cargo, things that could be automated.
How long have the guardians been asleep?
Many years. Many years. Few come. When they come, they bring food, medicine.
If we awaken the guardians, what can we receive?
What do you seek, O those who come from night sky?
He looks over at you all and is like, "Well, what do you want?"
We need food and tea.
Food
We require
first.
food.
Food first, most then tea.
We require food, and if you have it, food. He's gonna hold out his hand, like, can you show them what tea is? It might not
Tea?
be in their language.
Not have tea. This is
God,
a
you
tragic.
just-
This is tragic. Food
Open
is gonna
a
pull
rabbit
out
hole.
a tiny, tiny bag of tea, of the little spice things that he has still, in his little sample pack of 5, which is what he has left, and holds it up so that the guy can see the little tea bag.
We require food and this.
It looks, if it looks like a plant, he like looks at it and he looks absolutely confused. He like looks at it and looks at you a few times.
No, it's like in a tea bag.
Oh, well then he looks absolutely confused. He looks at you a few times.
Oh, in that case.
Yeah, he doesn't know what you're showing him.
You soak this in hot boiling water, and it makes the water taste good.
What is it?
It is tea. It is the best force in the world.
I do not know. And he's like shaking his head. He has no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Faust
gonna
was ready for
definitely-
you.
What does the tech level look like for us as we've landed, Faust? Like, do these people, are they in like rags? Like, what does it look like out here?
He's in animal skins. It's
He's in
tech
animal
level
skins.
nothing.
Dang.
He was
Okay.
Okay.
living out in
so-
a tent with a 6-legged mount outside.
Okay,
Alright,
cool.
so we need to go kill a bunch of animals and dry them. And
Well,
take
first
up
we need to
them.
repair the robot.
This is true.
So what like mechanic, I assume, is what you'd be asking to repair the robot with?
No, there's robotics.
Oh.
There is science.
Isn't? Sorry,
Yeah, there
isn't there?
is electronics robotics, isn't there? In the professions?
There's electronics, comms, computers, remote ops, and sensors.
Because the doctor has robotics.
Yeah,
think
that's
he might have put it-
cybernetics.
that's science. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, science robotics.
science
But
robotics.
Okay.
I mean, I guess it's up to you or up to Faust how he wants that to be.
I can roll for Hamish if you want. We can just
I also have a 0. Depends on what Hamish's bonus is. I have a 0 to mechanic if we're going to use mechanic, if that's workable. But if it's
I
only...
can have mechanic. It would be +1,
Ooh, go with Foon then. Go with Foon.
but no, but it's just because of my thing. Because I have mechanic 0 +1 for intellect.
Like,
You can
yeah.
assist you with ionics.
but-
I kind of want us to succeed because that'll make us not have to go hunt on this death planet.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
let me see what sonic power would be useful in a situation like this.
this is mechanics though. Is this gonna work, or would it need to be something else?
Because if it is science robotics, then Moira has a +2 in it.
yeah. Let's go with science robotics.
Okay,
Okay.
Alright.
Moira
Do you
makes
need-
more sense.
Moira, would you need help with this? Because I can help.
It's up to whether or not like Moira does, like, you know, she does ask if anyone knows anything. She has a little bit of experience from her background in university, but it's not her minor was planetology, not robotics. So
Gotcha. I'm just waiting on the fucking Zodani book to load up because everything I need is in like the very back of the books.
of course.
Yep. Foon is not going to help with that, but he is going to ask if he can see the guys' camp while they are fixing things.
don't go far.
Oh, he's not planning on it. He's planning on patrolling outside the room.
Yeah, that's fine.
He's gonna guard the room.
So when the giant killer robot turns itself on and attacks us, you're somewhere else.
Fine. Foon is gonna turn back around.
You can stand in
So,
the doorway.
Here's the thing. I will.
He's gonna guard the doorway.
Well, here's the thing. Either I can, again, do what I kind of did when we trying to stop the ship from exploding. I can do that with you, or I could attempt to try to gain control of the robot's functions. So if when you do activate it, I can immediately gain control of its functions if it turns out to be hostile.
Ooh, be ready for that second thing.
Yeah, I would say the second thing. Both things work well.
Okay, well the thing is the control takes 1d10 minutes, so I'm gonna have to prep it now, and then as you fix it, be ready to fucking like just use it.
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay.
Foon is gonna just try to be ready to kill it, and it's gonna suggest that I have an EM grenade. So if someone wants the EM grenade, in case
For a minute.
in case it goes real bad.
Okay. So I guess Moira gets to work on trying to fix this robot with science robotics. I'm gonna roll.
The man is in such elation that you begin working on the maintenance robots of the low port that you see him. He gives a few, kowtows, I don't know how you say it, and then he said, "You seek food?"
Yes.
And with
Food is
that,
going to say that.
with all that, he begins running out of the low port. He makes a break for the exit, and you see him quickly unfurl the beast that's tied to the post outside. He mounts it, and with a quick shout, the six-legged beast begins, charging across the plains off to the east somewhere, leaving you alone
I
in the
hope
low port.
I hope his version of food is the same as your version of food, or mine for that matter.
We
Yeah,
really
I hope so too. And I close the access panel on the maintenance droid, rolling a 13. So I'm pretty sure I fixed that motherfucker.
yeah.
And I passed the control check by with an effective 2.
Okay. Let's see. One moment.
He's
So
ready to kill the thing
Moira,
if
while
it
you
comes
were
alive.
over there fucking with circuit breakers, the year literally was like had his hand on this droid's air quote head, and it was just like basically waiting for you to say like, all right, do it,
Yep.
for the past 20 minutes.
But most of the time, it's just been tinkering, moving around the droid, kind of like pulling out, wires or rewiring stuff, pulling stuff out of a small like repair kit that Moira pulls out of her pack just to keep things kind of functional. Little wires she uses to fix the ship, other things like that, and eventually, it kind of looks like she did some work. Seems to be
Yeah.
working.
This is a painfully old model of repair
Yeah,
droid.
I imagine.
This is almost ancient tech. But it doesn't take very much to get it back. It was mostly just needed maintenance and repairs that it hasn't gotten for freaking generations. So
Can Moira give it a series of like commands to tell it to start repairing the other droids and other things like it in the low port?
thank you for activating the XR-20 maintenance droid. What can I do for you, Master?
Holy shit! I am surprised that you talk.
The robot takes a
I-
shit.
All
I
right.
was like, well, I could still use the control command on it. So do you want to use that, or you want to talk to it?
No, you dear. I think I'd rather talk to it for now. So look, I fixed you up there, maintenance droid. I'm looking for you to do the same thing to any other maintenance droids or devices you find within this low port. You should be able to work from your current state to bring as many individuals like yourself in this low port up to proper serviceable condition. Is that understood?
And make sure that they know that we are their masters. They belong to Clan Guild T.
It's already programmed in.
Confirmed. Beginning maintenance routine on low port.
Fantastic. As I kind of look over at the guy as whenever he brings back food, I explain that to him whenever he does return.
Well, it does take quite a while.
I presume.
As the droid, he moves around, and he's very slow, clunky. A lot of it is like cleaning. He starts moving panels and shutting doors. It seems that the general disrepair of the low port confuses it, so that it often gets stuck doing things like trying to enter rooms where it was pre-programmed that the door would open automatically for it. Doesn't happen anymore, so it gets stuck. It marches around, and it seems to you that if you want the other robots to be repaired, you're probably gonna have to do it yourself. It doesn't have equipment or the means to do that kind of thing.
Okay.
So we need to go around repairing them each, but maybe we can tell it to clean things.
That's a good idea. How much time do we have, GM? Like roughly before the food comes back, and we plan to make our jump to. I guess that's up to us actually.
Well, you really have no idea. He didn't say anything before he left. He just kind of sprinted out and took off.
So then,
For
can
all we
Moira
know,
just?
he doesn't know that we want food, or doesn't actually plan to bring us food.
Yeah, that's true. So I guess Moira, just to try to engender some sort of goodwill towards this guy, if he does come back, just goes around and starts to do the same thing she did to the first robot.
That's fine.
Do we
Well,
need to roll on all of them?
nah. I mean, you do it once, you know basically how to do it now.
Yeah, figured.
So, yeah, it takes a little while. The sun basically sets and night comes on. Night here gets freezing cold. It is very cold on this planet, actually, at night. So, as the dim moonlight begins, which are 2 moons, and they're very clear. The sky is beautiful. Stars are out, nature in full view. There's no artificial lights to dim the sky. So you get a very clear view of the 2 moons hovering overhead. About, I don't know, in our terms, like early morning, just before the sun begins to rise, you hear and can almost feel like this stampeding sensation on the ground. You hear the stomping sound of those mounts coming in, very many of them. And if you look out of the low port, coming in from the east again is, God, he brought his whole tribe. It's like 60 or 70 people. Some of them mounted, or 2 or 3 riding at once on these 6-legged creatures. They circle around the low port a few times, and then you can watch them. They dismount, lower their heads, touch their heads down to the ground in worship of the low port, and then begin like unloading bags and hide rolls of goods, apparently, and just start bringing them out. You can see them start setting up like tents. It's like they're making a day of this. And you can see a few elderly men, along with the man that you first met. They come in, using walking sticks, bent over, hunched over, dirty. All of them similarly wearing hides and robes and things of that nature. So he comes in, and the group of old men, as the rest of the tribe outside begin making camps and fires, they come in and begin, like, you watch these old men struggle to like fall to their knees and touch their heads to the floor at your feet. Yeah. Welcome those who come from the night sky. Welcome. And he sees the maintenance drone moving about, picking up like a piece of metal off of the ground and lifting it back up onto the wall, and he's like, his eyes are wide, and he seems to be having like a spiritual moment watching this happen. You have restored guardians. We are in your debt. We feast. And he like looks out into onto the field, and he like raises his hands like, we feast. And all of the tribe people outside begin cheering.
We feast. Are we gonna feast here, guys?
It would seem only customary. They all came out here.
Depends on whether or not they burnt the meat.
I hope they did not.
Well, I'm pretty sure we can maybe try to get across the fact that Foon would prefer non-burnt meat.
All right, so we're gonna go talk to these people some more.
I think so. Yeah.
So Yadir will go up to one of them and be like, "My friend, the large one, the meat that you make, do not cook. Make raw.
Only some of it.
Only for
For
me. Foon is gonna
the-
smile and wave.
For the rest, we eat, we feast. For them, they feast raw."
He nods his head a few times. This we do in times of desperation. We understand. The cat folk from the sky are different than plains folk.
Oh shit! There you go.
What cat folk have
They're
y'all
cultured.
met?
Those who come from the sky bring food, medicine, sometimes like plain folk, sometimes like cat folk.
Foon is gonna walk over to them and smile at them and see how they react to this.
Well, they seem to revere you. If you approach any of them, they basically worship you as those who come from the sky. They bow their heads. They give thanks that you have arrived. They utter out their chants of thanks that you are repairing the maintenance drones. That seems to have a very great significance for them. They
Okay.
begin like laying out bundles of food and drink at your feet. It's all, fire cooked meat, or at your request they bring out just like strange looking very large flanks of raw meat that they unfurl of these packs, I guess, and just lay them out at your feet. Um, the drinks they have, it seems to be some kind of not really something you want to drink. It's like this strange yellowish kind of thick liquid that they keep in water skins.
Oh.
But they offer
Interesting.
all these things to you. The elder, go ahead.
Kefir?
Yeah, dear.
No, kefir.
Oh,
Is it fermented milk?
that sounds right.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, that sounds
Foon,
good.
don't drink that.
I love that LeBlanc has experienced this before.
Foon is gonna look at it, sniff it, and go, "It does not appear to be tea." And then he's gonna go make one of his teas and hand that to LeBlanc.
Thank you. When Foon turns around, I'll put a dab of kefir in it.
Moira's
What?
adventurous. She takes a sip of the water bag. What does kefir taste like?
Lightly alcoholic, drinkable yogurt.
Oh my god. You know what? Hang on a second.
I was gonna say, yeah. Yadir would also probably take a swig of it, and seeing as he's survived on hell plants before, he's actually probably be like, "This isn't that bad."
Yeah, they set up a feast for you, for real. Bonfires light up. This is a major event for them that you have arrived and are basically fixing their holy place for them.
Moira's able to maintain her composure with the endurance roll, doesn't throw up, and keeps drinking the kefir with no issue.
One moment. Yeah, basically, Yadir. Like that what you just posted is pretty much what they're doing right now. It's very strange. They're very excited. These are very simple people. So time can pass pretty.
Yeah, Yadir's gonna sit down and enjoy it. He actually kind of likes this vibe.
Very strange, very sudden, but there it is.
Foon is gonna see if any of them will tell him about the other clans from the sky.
Yadir though will do Yadir's gonna do passive, just life detection roll just to see if there's any psionics here. It passes. So do I sense everybody here, or there's people coming with blanks?
I'm gonna say no. There's probably no psionics among these people.
All right. Yeah, so everybody's here just vibing. All right.
As you know, you are sitting around, and the elders, they seem to be deliberating and looking your direction. A few bonfires over, they're discussing something among themselves, just whispering and deliberating. It seems like arguing amongst themselves. Foon, you ask them about the others who come from the sky, and they'll describe, in very fanciful details, the massive the massive beasts that those who come from the sky ride on, such as you did, and come down and depart upon the people here, life-saving medicine, exotic foods, even fire water at times. You know what I'm saying? They basically subsist on their own, and then receive trade at times from people that need food, just like you do.
Okay.
The elders, after a moment, a little while of this going on, they come to you, and one of them steps forward, and after a low bow, he raises himself up and looks at you. People who come to us from the night sky, we would request a favor if it is not too much to beg of you.
What is the favor?
An ancient temple of ours has been taken over by local wildlife. Our people, by custom, cannot enter or approach the temple. It is forbidden. However, local wildlife have sullied, have invioled it. We ask that you perhaps go and drive away creatures, purge them from the temple.
But we just have to kill them? Do we have to clean up after them too?
I would say that purging them from the temple is enough.
Do you know, can you tell us how close this temple is? Like, would we be able to fly our ship there, or?
About half day's walk that direction, and he just points an arm out about northwest.
All right, that's
Have
useful,
you
I suppose.
Any better directions?
He seems confused.
I figure if we can spot a big temple from the helicopter.
Oh, that's true. We can use the helicopter.
Will we forget that we have a helicopter?
Because we don't want to walk half a day. We're going to take a flight.
This sound good to everybody?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with taking the helicopter. I forgot we had a helicopter.
Well, I mean, everybody okay with going to check out the temple?
Let's not do it tonight. Let's wait till tomorrow morning.
And I want to search the Lowport buildings, see if we can find any records or clues about the history, if there is any.
Sure.
Foon is gonna basically just try to talk to random people and see if they will provide him with any more interesting and useful information, or if they are all still savages.
They're basically still savages, Foon. I mean, talking to them, asking them questions, it's all this kind of pseudo-religious babble that doesn't really mean anything to you. You know that the low port's just an abandoned low port. You know that the maintenance drones are not, guardians. They're just robots that were left behind a long time ago. But to these people, it all has spiritual significance.
And they don't have any tea. We are very sad.
If you bring up that topic to them, they regard eating or drinking plants as horrific, as something that you would never do ever.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So plants might be dangerous and not to be ate.
Oh yeah, everything on this planet is poisonous.
Just about.
That's one of the few things we do know.
Right.
So darn it, yeah, no tea here.
I wanted another
Poisonous
tea
doesn't mean
planet.
fatal. It could be a psychedelic.
Then we can sell it as an exotic.
Just if you can somehow
I'm
find it.
channeling my mom right now.
That's not a good thing.
But yeah, Yadir will just kind of stand by and just enjoy the company of these people. It's just a very wholesome experience. The telepathic abilities he's feeling are really nice right now. He's enjoying the collective vibe.
Absolutely.
Hadar is a secret hippie.
He's enjoying the vibe. Like, he's been on a ship with like some people who are very, have their very ways of doing things, and there's a space battle, and now he's just chilling on a tribal planet with a bunch of tribals, and it's really kind of nice because it kind of reminds him of his childhood, minus the whole hey, no pressure, but you're the only hope for your dynasty.
So get good, kid.
Yeah, get good, scrub.
Yeah. So LeBlanc, you can do some investigation. I would say that just
Want
looking
investigate or recon?
around. Investigation is fine.
Okay. Julia, could you tell the people at the door no thank you?
What?
Looks like we got Girl Scout coming to the door.
Oh, nice.
Oh, looks like she's just leaving a note. Never mind. Sorry.
We're getting pattered by them at work too.
There we go. Slash 2d6 plus 2.
Ooh, nice roll.
LeBlanc, it's not a fun experience digging through the rubble and assorted, failings of this low port. A lot of it is just barren, run down, taken over by nature. Digging around in one of the back rooms, however, and uncovering a bit of rubble, you actually find a very old-looking computer, like a laptop. It's basically worn down, rusted. The screen is cracked in a part of it. But it looks like there's a potential that you might be able to get it working again and take a look at it.
Not me, but Moira might.
Yeah, the electronics computers check might be able to, put together whatever's been knocked loose and see if you can get the screen up.
Cool. So I will take it to Moira and go, do you mind helping me? I'd love to see if there's anything interesting in here.
Moira left for a minute.
Ah, okay. Oh, I missed that.
Yeah, no problem.
So I
Out
will-
of out of character for a moment. Did you guys mean to be posting non?
No.
Group
No, it
stuff
was a
in the-
mistake.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
okay.
didn't realize where we were.
I'll delete it.
It was just weird. I was like, what?
We'll leave your deer's thing in though because spending money sucks. It's sad.
Yeah, we spent money. I put this guy in there. I was just like, welcome to Traveler. You're in debt. That's it.
Okay.
I'll poke randomly at keys. Ah,
All right,
Moira, I found this really cool laptop computer thingy, and I've been poking at it, and I might as well have Foon poke at it for all the good I did. Would you
All right,
mind
what-
seeing if we can find anything useful out from this?
Yeah, no problem. I grab it from the Blanc and I start working on it. So that's a computer's roll.
Yep, computers, electronics.
This is the big bonus. Oh god,
Jeez.
I'm rolling monstrous tonight.
Moira, I mean, you
Jesus,
can
Moira.
take it back to the ship, right? With a flip over, you can look at it, and again, this is old tech. It's like it's only got 128 gigabytes of RAM. RAM. You gotta be kidding me right now.
You got to use the red, fucking white, and yellow cables to plug into it.
AV cables.
Only works on tube TVs.
So you plug in the laptop, and you one moment. You open it up, and there's like rudimentary security that you can just breeze through. It's basically nothing, and this seems to be the private computer of a researcher named Horace Heising. This researcher, he came here as a part of a very small expedition a very long time ago. Much on the same mission that the Tonto had. He came here to investigate the local populace, the flora and fauna of the planet. Unfortunately, it seems, according to his logs, that shortly after his ship and his small crew of about 15 people landed here, seems that a band of Reavers had followed them here. He makes a note of the Reavers landing, disabling the ship that they arrived on, and essentially slaughtering his crew, eating them, defiling them, taking slaves aboard their ships, turning the ship that they came in onto scrap and adding it onto their own ship. He hid in a closet essentially, and waited. He was leaving notes, but he decided to hide his computer in case they found him. And judging by the fact that his computer is still here and he's not, seems that was the case. They didn't really get a lot of research done or study done, although he does make note that the indigenous population seems to be speaking decent but broken common language, and they seem to worship a spaceship of sorts. They call it the Temple. He theorizes that the humans here crash landed a very, very long time ago and had to adapt. And in the time that they were here, they just fell apart. Their entire culture, they forgot how to maintain technology, how to do much for themselves besides hunt and survive. they worship the spaceship because a long time ago they had hopes of repairing it and fixing it. But avoiding, the Reavers of the area at the time, staying away from the low port as that's where they landed, and keeping a watchman, much like what you found, for those that are not Reavers that are willing to bring food and goods. They basically just forgot that they wanted to leave. They became native. They went tribal, and here they are now.
How long ago was Horus here? Can we tell?
I would have to look, but this was back when Reavers were actually prominent in Reaver's Deep.
Okay, so long enough ago, we probably don't have to worry about Reavers following us down and shooting up our ship. And
Reavers don't even really exist anymore.
Yeah,
You've got
Reavers
pirates
are-
and things like that, but we're talking
Yeah.
like actual Firefly Reavers,
Okay.
the cannibals and things like that. That was a very
Damn.
long time ago, and they've been kind of purged out of Reaver's Deep for the most part.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, so obviously Moira shares all of this information with everyone else. So what's the plan then?
have a good nap and get up and take the helicopter out to the temple spaceship and have a bug hunt.
I like the sound of that. All right. Well, Yadir, I don't want to say that your style of getting right up close and doing work isn't important, but you might want to practice shooting with that gun. No offense.
Do you think that the laser is not as good as the rifle?
It is, but what's the range on your laser?
It is. The laser has an effective range of roughly 20 meters.
So the gun's a bit further than that. Just to put it out there. And if LeBlanc is a good enough pilot, we could be firing out from the helicopter at bugs. I'm just saying it might be a good idea to take a look at that rifle just to make sure you know how to use it.
Am I borrowing LeBlanc's rifle, or do I get to shoot my grenade launcher?
Oh, definitely the grenade launcher.
It definitely the grenade
I'll lend
launcher.
you the rifle if you need.
And Foon, I also if we've completely left our ship now, or are we still with our ship?
We're at the ship. We haven't
I
slept
was-
yet.
We have 10 assault rifles from the Marlham soldiers. You can grab any number of assault rifles that you want.
Okay, Foon is gonna grab another assault rifle as well. I don't know how much that adds for weight.
Wait, hold up, what? The ship's locker. You said the ship's locker has assault rifles?
From back when we shot the shit out of that Marlham patrol.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
did pillage their assault rifles.
And unfortunately, it just never come up that we haven't had time to sell them. So we technically have 10 usable assault rifles that are left over from that assault.
That's a good haul. Nice.
Yep.
All right.
I remember the small things occasionally.
Do we know how much weight that is?
4 kilograms.
4 kilograms.
It's 200. Range is 200.
Okay.
3D, I believe.
3D. 30 rounds in the magazine. Auto 2.
Yeah, auto 2 is the other really important thing. So anyone can grab one of those if they want. Again, Yadir, Mura kind of glances over it and goes, if you'd like something that fires a bit more fast, you can just grab one of the assault rifles and I'll take my rifle back from you. It's really
And
up to you.
Does that go as archaic or energy?
Gun
Slug.
combat slug.
They're all
Slug.
slug, and the rifle is 50 meters longer than the assault rifle. Just for
So
Yadir
it's
will kind of unfling the rifle, give it back to you. He'll take one of the assault rifles, and you'll see that he kind of like picks it up and he goes, "This is a very
uncivilized weapon.
Oh yes, it makes small pieces of metal rip through people's bodies at very high speed.
Moira, I understand the functions of ballistics.
I'm honestly more making a joke that that comment just kind of silly sometimes, you dear. These guns are pretty high tech, regardless of what you want to call energy weapons or anything like that. This is still
I know.
sending a fucking ridiculous amount of energy into somebody.
I think
Yes,
he
I've-
meant more they're less honorable might not be a good thing, but not be a good word to use, but they're not his style.
Oh, apologies. I understand that you prefer what you do.
Yes, I was trained by using laser-based weaponry, since that is the main way my culture fights, except also by the use of side blades, which we do not have.
Well, you dear, if you have to turn to the gun, go ahead and do so. But if you got to use lasers, by all means, right?
I will try. It cannot hurt to use the weapons that I will be in most contact with, correct?
It's also just one of those moments where, at the end of the day, it might be handy to have a gun if that little laser breaks.
Fair enough. Udir will kind of like, he'll put the magazine and he'll rack the round. So he knows what a gun is, and he goes that a gun works. He has just never really like practiced shooting a firearm.
Totally, yeah. And firing a gun for the first time can be pretty freaky.
But all right. So are we gonna sleep and then go to the temple tomorrow, or what are we doing?
I think that's
Oh yeah,
the plan.
sleep.
Sleep, make sure that we're all set up. Foon basically is trying to decide if I can just take the actual grenades that are for killing things as opposed to like EM grenades and trank gas grenades.
Well, so the only argument that I could make is, would Hamish be interested in studying any of the things we're about to kill?
You
Like
can
for
study
trank?
them when they're dead.
Okay, that's a very good point. Never mind.
You can study dead things. Often that is how it was originally done. What?
No, I'm laughing because I'm all for it. I'm more just like you said. You have trank grenades, so you could also trank them. It's just
We have. I will show you.
oh wow,
And
that's
I
a
only
lot.
have. Those are my options. This doesn't really line up very well, but that's the numbers for each
What is a
that I
grenade
have.
baton?
Grenade per baton does 2D damage. It's supposed to be more of a crowd control thing in theory, but it does 2D damage.
Is it like beanbags? Is that,
Yeah, it's
is that-
basically beanbags.
It's
Then we
beanbag
have a
grenade.
stun grenade, which
It-
does 3D damage, and a blast radius of 9. It does stun range 12.
The baton does 2D, but it's stun damage.
Yeah. It's stun
definitely
damage.
beanbags.
Oh, you want this beanbag ones?
Oh
I
no,
was
no,
usually...
bring the things that kill.
Oh yeah, no. Everything that you bring should be things that kill people. We can also shoot stun people if we have to, but
Yeah. Okay. I bring one of all the other ones, but the full amount for actual. All right.
Cool.
Great.
shall we go?
Yes, good. All right, cool.
Nap time.
Yep.
So, the tribal natives, they throw you this feast, offer you the, raw meat, basically, that you can take with you on your ship. pack it onto your. You can pack it onto your cargo hold, and that'll hold you over at least for a week until you get to Ventramis. Loading up the helicopter, you can go ahead and open up the air raft bay. The port for the air raft will extend a bit out of the ship, allowing the helicopter to extend its rotor and its tail, or the rotors and the tail, and will take off. LeBlanc, I assume you're flying.
Oh yeah.
All right.
He doesn't trust the rest of us.
I appreciate it, to be perfectly honest. I imagine LeBlanc just jumps into the pilot seat and is just like glaring at everyone. Go sit down. Like,
Don't you dare
Like
crash
Woodstock.
my goddamn helicopter.
I'll take good care of her. Thank you.
Do we have a way to videotape it for you? Because I found that Keegan appreciates videotapes. He does not always appreciate meat put on his pillow.
I don't appreciate meat on my pillow either.
That's just way too much information.
don't do what Yadir just posted. Yadir just posted. Goddamn.
Okay. LeBlanc, you take off, and we start flying off onto the northwest. About a half a day's walk is a very short flight for you, as it turns out. And as you begin approaching, the terrain begins kind of slanting upwards as you start approaching a small mountain. But long before you reach, oh god, yeah, exactly that. Just fly by and start doing that. You see sticking out from kind of a rocky terrain with many different boulders sticking up around it. There is a warship, about a 30-ton light cruiser, that is sticking up at an angle from the ground. It is very old. Very
30?
clearly
30?
30,000 ton.
30,000. Oh, thank you.
Yep, 30,000 ton
I was
light
like,
cruiser.
It won't take long to clear.
No. So as you approach, though, you can quickly begin to make out moving among the rocks and among the cruiser. Down below, there are these unfamiliar-looking, large bipedal frog-like creatures. They're moving around, either climbing up along the side of the ship, or like nesting, you could say, outside among the rocks. From this distance, it's hard to make out very many details or anything without some kind of binoculars or a scope or anything like that.
Oh,
Boone should
I
have binoculars.
I do. I
And
have binoculars.
they're bipedal, so let's make sure they're not intelligent and we can't talk them away, too.
Yeah. By the way, I will be bringing my survival kit and my field kit on this expedition.
Okay.
Yep.
Foon,
Yeah, Yadir's got a bag for like every situation, so that's what I'm bringing.
Foon, if you take a look through your scope, you can see that these creatures are actually using what appear to be stone or bone knives or wooden clubs dragged along the ground behind them.
You got monkey.
They don't seem to be using fire or anything like that, but they're clearly showing signs of community, tool usage, like some kind of pre-sentience. Not quite, civilized or fully sentient, but they're evolving to that stage. They're at the tool use stage right now.
Okay, so this actually looks like they're a competent creature thing.
They're pre-sapient but use tools.
So
Right.
they're sentient, but not, or they're further along in their sentient level, but not sapient.
Yes.
Yes,
All right.
there's seems to be quite a lot of them around. If you had to guess, maybe somewhere between 150 or 300 of them spread around the wreckage. You're very loud in a helicopter, so if you approach
Stealth.
flying overhead, they make huge like prodigious leaps up into the air. A few of them like jump at you. They don't get very far, of course, but they leap up at you trying to touch you. And then eventually you can see them kind of group up and they begin chucking wooden spears or bone spears out into the air. Again, they just fall short because you're in a helicopter. But they make these loud croaking or hissing noises at you. And eventually the whole group of them is raging at you, screaming at you. The ship itself seems to be very dilapidated. There's no, doesn't seem like there's any real like repair that could be done to save this ship. Salvage efforts on the outside don't seem to be useful at all, but you don't know what the inside looks like either. Common knowledge would tell you that a local government or those, like the Travelers Aid Society, those kind of communities that are interested in this kind of thing would probably be pretty happy to hear about a pre-sentient species of new creature that hasn't really been documented very well yet.
Ooh. So we should write it down and
take pictures before we figure out what to do to them.
Before we shoot them.
yeah. Well,
Manifest
the thing
destiny.
the thing about shooting is with 150 to 300 of them, we may have to shoot a lot of them before they get the message.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think opening fire based on Faust's description is the best option, but I don't really know how we're going to communicate with a group who is just in tool usage. Like, what is their language? Like,
A deer.
Yeah, I was about
yes.
to say, damn.
Can we
if only
Oh.
had a
go with
person.
the animal
That's-
talker?
that's very true. Sorry, I won't. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I could try a mass telepathic message. It's what you use to talk to animals. So, I mean, these things are basically just barely above that.
Yeah, they do seem to have.
Right.
Yeah, they have clutches of eggs scattered around the rocks. They seem to be very aggressive and territorial. They seem to have no fear of your helicopter, and so just trying to like following it around among the rocks as you fly over, jumping up at you, throwing spears at you, trying to defend their territory. It seems.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, I will try a mass teleempathetic communication.
Cool.
Saying what? Because if you're trying to threaten or scare them, we might.
I'm going to ask you. It's like, do you want me to? Yadir is going to kind of like sit there
Like
as he's
calm
going.
them down.
Do you want me to let them know we
guide
come in
them away.
boots, or just scare them, or to calm them?
I don't know. Getting them calm, I'm not sure it helps if we're actually trying to get them away from the ship. When you say
What do you want
pre-sapient,
to-
it means we're not going to be able to communicate with them.
You
Beyond
can't,
what you could
but
talk.
I can try.
Yeah, but we just want them to go away.
Do you want me to instill in them the sense of fear?
Yeah, like
I
clear.
think that'll make that attack.
Maybe, yeah. Just like clear the area, like for a period of time, so we can do our thing and then fly out.
That's not how that works.
Okay.
These
Wouldn't
things
it
are
more
barely
like,
animals. You have to think like an animal.
and
Is
why
it just
not
general
just try
fear?
to?
Is it general fear, or can you make them be afraid of the ship?
I can make them be afraid of things, but
the more complex what I'm trying to get across to them, the
Yeah.
harder it can be to reach their primitive minds.
The ship is dangerous. Is that complex? This area is
Yeah.
dangerous. They should flee.
I could try that. That this temple, this crest vessel, is not safe for them. They seem to be social and have care for their offspring due to the clutches of eggs. I can try. As Yadir is going to then kind of like reach into his mind and then like basically project a wave of go away, this area is not safe, like fear us, fear this place, this like everything here is bad. Like a general just like, hey, this is not safe, you need to run. Run away from here.
Okay.
Run away. It's got big teeth.
13, which does it procs on a 6, so that's a 7 effect.
Nice.
7 effect.
I know, right? It's like fuck. So much.
So I'm just picturing like, you know, LeBlanc holds the helicopter steady and Yadir sits off the edge of the side, you know, puts his hand to his head and sticks a hand out of the helicopter at the screaming, croaking bipedal frogs and just sends out like a wave of this, you know, feeling. I imagine maybe some of you feel it too, you know, as he projects this psionic feeling out.
I would say that like all of you have this like rush. Like you ever get like jump scared? That like thing happened to you?
Yeah,
That's
totally.
what you all feel.
Holy fuck.
And then LeBlanc
Just-
careens a helicopter into the rock. You do this, and the rest of you, yeah, you feel that fear, that tension wash over you as LeBlanc projects the telepathy of fear out.
Oh, wow,
LeBlanc.
my good.
Oh, I'm sorry, Yadir.
Through LeBlanc's brain, you hear what do we say?
Names. All of you watch as these frog creatures, they are screaming, croaking, throwing things, and then all of a sudden they just stop. And like a few of them take a few steps back, a couple of them fall backwards, you know, basically climbing over themselves to back up, like stricken with fear for a minute. For about 30, 40 seconds, they all just kind of sit there and stare up at the helicopter. And then as a group, they begin it's this cacophony of noise. They all at once throw whatever they're holding at the helicopter.
Oh god.
Just this mass of flying objects flying up into the air. And then crashing down onto the ground harmlessly because, again, you're in a helicopter. And then they begin gathering up what clutches of eggs they can, panic-stricken, carrying them in their arms or in pouches in their mouths. And then you just watch this swarm of these bipedal creatures begin clawing their way out of the ship. Out of holes in the ship, you know, patting their way down, and then departing quickly as a small herd further up towards the mountains. And it's just this loud cacophony, like I said, of noise as they depart. At least for now, it seems to have worked.
Foon's gonna turn to Quadir and go, "Wow, that was really useful. And your nose isn't bleeding so far."
Yes, like I said, I don't have to constantly be reading your minds, which is taking a toll on me. It seems fear is a language these things understand.
But my
Yeah,
poetry now misses its extra audience.
Like
I
holy
don't
crap.
think they'd appreciate it.
Holy crap, you dear. That was amazing. Seriously, man. Can we land like right now? Like this is the perfect opportunity
Why?
to get to that ship, right?
All we needed to do was get the frogs away.
Oh, all right.
And I
Perfect.
figure there's nothing interesting in a decades-old ship that's been stripped for survival purposes and then left abandoned and used as a frog hatchery.
Who knows? There might be things in the bowels of that metal corpse.
Decades. This thing's like over 1,000 years old.
That's decades.
You are
You're
technically
right.
correct.
But that's
I
kind of
chose
correct.
decades on purpose since I did not have a sense of the time
Oh, yeah.
involved.
This is a very, very old class of light cruiser. It could be
Should we
1,000
not?
years or more.
We can take photos of it and then send an expedition or convince someone to give us things and get an expedition to go here.
Yadir would look at you and goes, I would not mind to explore the vessel.
Dear, would it be too much of a burden for you to check for other life signs inside the vessel so when we're exploring we know whether or not we might encounter some other sort of unhealthy life form?
Roughly how large do you want me to search for? Because if you wanted to be very broad, I could search for microbial life, but that would be very unfortunate for us.
Oh, how tough would it be, squirrel size or larger?
I can do that. I will do a simple scan for life roll for anything squirrel sized or larger. It procs with life detection, so with 11 effect.
Okay.
Sorry, it's 4. So sorry, 9 effect. 9 effect.
There does seem to be about 5 or 6 life forms remaining in the ship.
Whereabouts?
And how big?
Towards the top, which I mean for us it would be more like the engineering or the cargo hold, so the back of the ship that's sticking up into the air.
Right.
Of course.
And roughly their size?
Roughly their size, large. About 5 or 6 feet tall. Much like the creatures that you just scared away.
Okay. Yadir's gonna kind of like lower his hand and he goes, five medium-sized life forms, roughly humanoid in size, near where the cargo or engine would be. He kind of like points the general area where that area would be.
And let me guess, there's nowhere to land up there, so we've got to land on the ground and climb our way up.
You're the pilot. I don't know.
It was a general observation of the vagaries of the universe.
There's a rudimentary outline of the cruiser that crash landed.
Okay.
So I am assuming I am correct in that there's no safe place to land up at the top.
Well, I mean, it's a fairly large ship. You might be able to, hover and drop some people off at the top. Landing might be tricky. It might be a bit of a balancing act, but it could be possible.
Will I just land on the ground, folks?
Yeah, I suppose if we are committing to go checking out that ship.
We said we'd clear it, and evidently there's still something in there.
All right. Then I suppose that we're gonna have to do that. I'm guessing it just pick a good spot. Whatever works the best for you.
Okay.
Can we also, when we're done, if they're not allowed in, we should put up something to prevent more things from entering.
That's a very good point. Yeah.
I'm not sure that we would have the resources nor time to
Um,
shore
what-
up all the wounded holes in this thing.
30,000-ton ship that I could theoretically land on if we wanted to take the chance. It's very big.
I meant we should block the main entrances.
How big is our ship? Like how big is the helicopter?
There's too many.
Your ship is, I think it's like, it's in the Discord. Let me check.
Like the
100 tons.
helicopter. No, I know, but like the helicopter we're on right now.
Oh, it's
It's like a 6-seater helicopter.
I think
don't
it's
remember.
16. Oh, it's in Keegan's character sheet. Let me take a look.
Keegan has his own character sheet.
Yeah, buddy. It's in the sheets if you want to look at it.
He's the chief
Okay,
engineer, of course.
Vehicles?
It's 8 tons.
Helicopters.
Okay, so sorry, Todd. I wasn't sure. Did you want us to land on top of the ship?
I was seeing if it was possible. If it's big enough and it was stable, it would save us climbing all the way up.
No,
But it sounds like
doable.
it's not. Huh?
I'd say it's doable.
Cool. I love
Okay.
it. That's such a cool idea.
It also makes it harder for one of the frogs to come back and damage the helicopter. Keegan would be very upset.
Yeah, or be a random passenger as we're trying to get away and suddenly a frog pops out and we're like fighting one in the fucking cabin.
That usually ends in death.
All right, so I guess we land.
Cool. Okay. I suspect I get to make a helicopter pilot roll.
Yes, sir. Let's see how you do.
Which is flyer roto. Plus
Is
30.
that one of the? Oh, it is cool. Small craft. I have spacecraft.
Flyer rotary.
Oh, then I don't have any of that.
Yeah, I think.
Is LeBlanc the only person who has any flyer stuff, or?
I believe so.
I don't know.
Good.
I think Keegan has flyer
Yeah,
0.
Oh yeah, Keegan. I meant of us.
Yeah, no. At least LeBlanc has something. Please save us, LeBlanc.
LeBlanc, you approach where the engineering and the thrusters are sticking up high up into the air. After carefully picking a location to land, you start setting down. As you do so, you touch down, and the weight of the helicopter touching down on the ship, you hear the creaking and grinding sound of metal. And not very far away, as you land on the back of the ship, you can see parts of it that are rusted and given way begin crumbling off of the ship. Probably like 2 or 3 tons of metal just like disintegrate from where it's being held on and then fall and clatter far below under the ground, kicking up dust on the bottom. Like you can hear it clanging off the rocks and everything.
Oopsie.
Luckily enough for you, though,
I didn't do it.
You are fine. The spot that you land on, it creaks under the weight of the helicopter, and there's a tense moment where you just kind of have to sit and see if anything happens to you. But it stays stable. There are plenty of gaps and holes and whatnot to climb in and figure things out on the inside of the ship. It's watch your step. You're very high up, but aside from that, you can climb your way in if you'd like to.
All right. So, as the most combat capable person in the party, Foon, what are we doing here?
I believe we're clearing the area, so we'll probably need to go down with possibly either myself or someone else that is comfortable shooting large things. And I suggest that LeBlanc also arm up.
Oh yeah, I've got.
And and we just try to clear it going straight down. Kadar, you
Yeah.
said you could. You
Gadir.
had a Gadir. I cannot pronounce your name. It's
okay.
impossible. How do you? Can you type it out?
Ya
Oh.
dear.
It has a
Yes.
Q in it.
Yes, yeah, dear. It's
Ya
Yeah.
dear.
Here, Pearl, just in your name, put a little Y, like a pronunciation thing. Just
No. Yeah, dear. Okay, I will work on it.
it's okay.
Yeah, dear.
Oh,
Yes.
masked one. Oh, formerly masked one.
Oh,
Yes.
bleeding one.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
very
bleeding one.
it's very much based upon like how like the Arabic Q kind of sounds like a ye, so it's like yeah, dear.
Okay.
Faust, yeah, dear. I just.
Yeah,
Thank you.
dear.
I might actually remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dear. If you can pinpoint where those those beings were, we can go target them and clean them out.
Well, first, let me try something. I will read the surface thoughts of these creatures,
Okay.
seeing if they are intelligent or if they are like those frog people.
Okay.
All right, procs with a 4 success.
You get a animalistic sense of that fear that you imparted upon them. It stays with them. However, it seems to be, strangely enough, not so animalistically, a sense of duty or need. They they must stay here. Um, you get that sense from a few of them. The rest of them just, again, it's just that animalistic sense of fear. So, like one or two of them have this sense of needing to stay. The rest have this sense of fear that you gave them.
Yadir's gonna kind of open his eyes again and goes, "These creatures, they're scared. Most definitely from the aura I sent out earlier. But there's something else on top of it. A sense of duty or honor, maybe, if that is such a thing for them. They are compelled to stay. Even though fear grips them, they are bound to stay under their own volition.
Well, they called
So
this
they're
place.
probably
good.
protecting something.
They called this place the temple, right? It's got to be their shrine to technology. So they probably.
For the
They,
frog
if,
people?
it
Yeah.
could be a primitive religion.
Or they have chicks hatching.
Oh.
The others had clutches of their eggs they took with them.
But
So
you
why
don't
would
move
they
it
not
if it.
move?
You don't usually move them if they're hatching. Or just hatched.
I would have sensed them.
Okay.
Either way, if I would recommend we've gone this far without need of violence. Perhaps we can continue. Or if we know more about these creatures, perhaps we can broker some sort of understanding between these natives and the tribals down in the valley near our ship.
But they're not sapient.
Not yet, but we don't know.
So you want to meet with them first?
He wants
Perhaps.
to see.
I would like to see why they stay.
Mm.
Do we have confirmation that we can communicate with them properly, or just like you can look into their minds, kind of thing?
I can give them senses, and I can sense them.
So, if we
there's
try to meet
fundamental-
with them, we could always have us prepared to kill them if they come around.
Yeah,
if violence is the only course, then violence is how we will answer. But until then, there are fundamental feelings, emotions, and other aspects of that come with life that most life forms can understand. That's how I communicated with the alien species that helped us in the firefight.
Right. All right, Yadir. I'm not going to argue with you here, but I'm also going to agree with Foon. I'm going to be in a firing position when you try this communication thing. And if it doesn't work and they start attacking, you know, I'm going to put some fucking lead in them. Just letting you know.
That's justified. I'm not saying that violence is not warranted, but I'm saying that perhaps we should use violence as a last resort.
I'll let you lead then.
Alright, so I guess we're gonna make our way towards the frog nest.
Okay. Would you?
I need to grab my charger because my phone's about to die.
All right.
Excuse me, cat. Oh no, I'm sorry.
It sounds like he's beating a cat.
It's like he's like dodging or like
does.
avoiding a cat. Like
It sounds really bad.
Our dog is trying to guilt us into feeding him.
Oh.
oh, actually, it's 20 minutes past when I was supposed to feed the cat. I gotta see if my partner did it. Hang on.
Sorry.
And we broke everything.
No, that was
No,
Pearl hammering on something, beating the cat with the phone.
Hey, thanks for the reminder, honestly.
Are we all back?
I'm here.
Almost. Okay.
Incoming.
Yeah, I'm still here.
It does sound like something's being attacked. They're not violent. They're not violent, I say. Thud, 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 thud.
Oh, sorry.
Bad
Yeah, no,
kitty.
I
Bad
have
kitty.
Oh.
Witches stairs are very loud, and also I'm heavy, so. But yeah, no. So yeah, you're gonna start making his way towards where the frog nest is at.
By yourself? Anybody going with you?
Oh,
I think we're all going with and covering him.
yeah. I have my assault rifle out, but I'm also taking basically my entire weapon suite. So my pistol and my rifle and my assault rifle.
You
Would
do.
they
want
need to set up a stun booby trap on the helicopter, so if anyone else tried to get into it, it would stun them?
That's an interesting question. What do you think we would roll for that? Maybe maybe not a
That was
roll.
my
Or like explosives. That sounds right.
No, yeah, explosives actually makes the most sense because you're trying to set a booby trap.
Yeah, explosive sounds right. You want to make an explosives check?
-4? We think not. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
How about we set an electrical charge on it? That way we can have more somebody. I'm kind of wondering who's going to do it on top of the spaceship.
Okay.
Frog gets into your helicopter and steals it. I mean,
I was mostly actually thinking if I spent time on it, it would work, but I don't. So that I could use a roll, but I don't want to do a -4 on anything.
No, that would be so scary.
Okay.
Sorry, Keegan, I blew up the helic.
Oh my god.
You'd be so mad.
Then we could buy an air raft. That'll make it up to him.
Oh, I
Yeah,
figure once we find an air raft and have the money, he won't mind learning to fly an air raft.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
Trading it in.
Is that like a better helicopter or?
It's an anti-grav ship that can fly to orbit if needed.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
Yeah,
so cool.
It would have saved you a lot of pain for a couple of situations now. All right. So, let's go ahead and make a stealth check. I
Alright.
am.
Everybody, or
I'm wondering, since Yadir's basically leading, maybe we have we do like a chain.
A task chain? Okay.
I think that makes
So
sense.
whoever breaks it first, just straight stealth.
All right, Yadir, I'm sorry. I'll start us off.
Yeah, and then Yadir will roll stealth, and we'll add the effects as
Alright.
needed.
We're using.
Just stealth, I guess.
That's a fail.
So
well,
minus-
it's stealth plus
Oh,
dexterity,
snake eyed it.
right?
Damn it.
it's not going well. That's
What is it?
Alright,
You're
I
doing
think we failed.
Todd passed, so like LeBlanc's fine.
Foon is carrying like a grenade launcher and a huge amount of stuff.
Right.
We-
It's a,
I'm
We are-
carrying a big boarding shield and a
Yeah, We
fat
are
ball
all
and a laser.
we are all paladins in full plate clanking our way through the fucking area. Like
right, and it's very cramped. It's difficult. You know, you're up like hundreds of feet in the air, and you have to walk across this creaking ancient light cruiser. You find like a hole that you can dip into to get into the engineering. Again, this is all basically dilapidated, destroyed. You would have to make an effort to find anything in here that's worth anything, worth the effort of salvaging. As you basically have to scale down like the old machinery, climbing it almost like a ladder to get down to where the door leads out into the cargo hold. However, as you approach, like you said, you're covered in weaponry, you're kitted out, and this is not an easy thing to stealth through. So as you are climbing down, and the first one of you, I'm assuming Adir is leading, touches the floor where the door is that would lead into the cargo hold, you hear this clattering metal sound. On either side of you, there are rattles in the walls, like the vents. Past the walls, you can hear this creaking noise, and it gets louder and louder and closer, and it becomes very evident that something has detected you and is making its way towards you.
oh fuck. All right, guns up, folks. Fucking hell.
So
Can we do any type of recon to try to figure out or spot it as it is incoming?
Yeah, that sounds good.
I'm gonna do a recon, but also I'm gonna try to do another empathetic link. But
Foon's doing a recon roll too.
I'm gonna do the empathetic link, but I'm gonna try to give a aura of calm. So this is my recon.
Ooh,
I'm gonna do
we're
great.
all- we are all rolling good for recon.
And then here's my empathetic link of kind of like a calm, like everything's okay, we're friendly kind of like vibe.
Nope.
All right, that passes with
Passes.
success of 3. Yeah, it's only a 6. Like you're trying to talk to animals, so it's really easy to do.
Oh, but it's the whole freaking +5.
Yeah.
No.
Thou art
just-
God.
No, it's just hit Yadir's most powerful school, I guess you could call it, is telepathy, and that's the
Talk
most
to aliens.
is the most useful and like most wide school of psionics.
OP Psyker.
All right. So, as you guys, finish your climb down and hear these noises approaching, everything happens very quickly. You quickly identify breaches in the walls around you, either to the left or right, where you can hear these creatures approaching. They're climbing rapidly through the walls to get to you. As you all begin taking positions after identifying where the creatures are most likely to come from. Within a few seconds, Yadir, you see one, you see one of their padded hands grip around one of the edges of the jagged metal, and it sticks its head out. It's this large, bulbous frog head that stares at you for a moment. It opens its mouth, and it's like a gurgling groan comes out of its mouth in a threatening manner as it stares at you before a loud, high-pitched, screeching noise erupts from its mouth. As it attempts to climb out of the hole and lunge at you, you activate the telepathy and try to instill a sense of calm into this creature. It bends its knees like it's just about to lunge at you, but then everybody sees it just pauses and sits on the edge of the metal. Its head tilts, and you can see in one hand it has a bone knife that it's clutching. As you do this, on the other side of the ship, the other side of the room from one of the other breaches that your crewmates are covering, another one appears. Let's roll initiative to see who goes first in this instance.
Oy.
So just plus dex, right?
If you look on the
Combat
yeah.
equipment one in the top corner.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I'm still amazed by the sheet sometimes. Ooh, 10. Nice. Oh, damn. Nice, Anna.
Really? I can't see mine yet. Oh, there we go.
6-5, so 12 total.
Okay. Pearl, you got a 7?
That's correct.
Okay. So I rolled a 9, so it's Foon, Khan, me, Ta, LeBlanc, Gideon. I should have said Moira. Okay. Foon, Yadir has managed to stun or basically incapacitate this one that's sitting on the wall. It's confused. It's been instilled with a sense of calm that makes it just incapacitated for a while. It seems to have lost its hostility. However, as he's focusing on doing that, from the other side of the room, you can see basically the similar scene. One of the frog creatures sticks its head up out of the hole in the ship, begins climbing up onto the edge of it, gripping a club. And it looks at all of you and bends its knees and begins to lunge into the room. It will very quickly be able to clear the distance with all of you. This is a very compact situation that you're in at the moment.
Okay. Well, I'm going to use my monoblade and try to just slice it in half.
Okay.
Fuck's sakes, it's so hardcore. Love it.
Alright, so let's see. Monoblade. That's 2.
I'm surprised you don't use your dew claws.
Oh, monoblade's so much better for damage.
Oh, you hit it.
Nice.
I hit it?
Yeah,
Okay.
8. You got 8
hits,
exactly.
yeah. No bonus damage though.
No bonus damage. It is armor piercing 8, so I don't know if that, or 10, sorry, for this thing. I do not know if that matters or not. And,
Well, I think it removes any. You're probably just gonna be applying straight damage to their health.
If they had armor piercing, I'm pretty sure you get by it.
6. I forgot the slash at the front. Because it's a 3d6 for damage.
Very nice.
Okay. Foon, As this one climbs up onto the gap and begins to lunge, you, with your quick reflexes, you move across the room, closing the distance, and swing your monoblade at it. It tries to lift up its club, but you just quickly cleave through, part of the club, like butter, and cut into its skin. You leave a huge gash that isn't quite deep enough to kill it, but it begins bleeding out this yellowish, greenish blood, and it lets out a screech. You can see the one that's been calmed is like watching the scene and is confused, visibly confused at what it's supposed to be doing or what's happening at the moment. You deeply wounded it, but it's still alive and active. Seems very aggressive still. Seems like they're the kind of fight to the death species. Moira, you're up.
Okay, I can't remember, what are the negatives for shooting into melee? Because Foon has put himself into melee with the one aggressive one right now.
That's in the homebrew rules. So that's firing into melee is a bane to the roll. So that's a 2d6 drop the lowest.
Okay.
36.
3d.
Drop the drop
3d6.
the highest.
Oh, I'm sorry. 3d6 drop the
Yeah.
highest. My bad.
Okay. And the other one is seeming confused. Nah, we have people coming up. I think I'm just gonna open up on the confused one.
Oh, okay. Alright.
I love our party.
You see Moira kind of look back and forth and go, "Oh, I'm not firing into melee. Oh, I'm sorry about this." And then just, and she fires off with the assault rifle.
Kill 'em
You,
all.
you see it out of the corner. You see. You do remember this.
Yizir will remember it.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Let's try the dramatic. Like just instantly, just nah, fam.
No, I know, I feel bad, but yeah, no.
So Moira's like,
effective.
I'm sorry, I'm scared.
Okay, so I'll roll 3d6.
Yeah.
So that's 13 total with effect plus 1.
Okay. You shoot it, right? What kind of weapon are you shooting it with? Single shot?
An assault rifle.
Okay. So with a single shot, you shoot it basically in the lower abdomen, essentially. It's got its legs bent, it's gripping onto the side of the hole, and it's just sitting there. And then the bang rings out through the cargo hold. Through the door, you can hear this this group of these same creatures like croaking and letting out weak screeches of fear and anger. It sounds like the one that you shoot, it's sitting there clutching onto the wall, and then it tilts, leans forward, and then backwards, and you see it kind of disappear out of sight for a moment as it drops backwards into the wall, disappearing out of the hole that it was sitting on.
God, I feel like Jane right now. Just like walk in, blast the person.
I think that was what Foon did though for you.
Foon, as you are cutting into this creature, it screeches at you and brings its club down to bear onto your head, your head or your shoulders, doing 10 points of damage, if that means anything to you.
I am currently up in my
I think you have
combat armor, so I'm pretty sure that's actually doesn't get past my armor level.
I assume not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 11 armor.
These things are fairly strong, but it seems that they're mostly, if you were to guess, their primary strategy would probably be to attack in great number. This one, while they're about 4 or 5 or 6 feet tall, not overly powerful. So as it swings its club at you, you feel the impact, but it's not enough to phase you. You just tank it. So You're keeping this one busy in melee without any real damage to yourself.
Okay.
LeBlanc, you're up.
Now I'm gonna use my war pick and whack that frog.
Oh god.
Which one?
Oh god.
There's just the one attacking you.
That's a +5.
Ooh, 5 effect. Jesus, LeBlanc.
And
Poor
that would
frogs.
be 2d6 plus 2 plus 5 with a armor piercing of 4.
All right, LeBlanc, you take your war pick, which is extremely brutal. Like you stab it into this thing's chest, and if you wish to, you could like pull down and drag it into the room with you and drag it to the floor. You pierce the lung. This thing sputters, gurgles, and then bleeds out onto the floor under your war pick. And that's
Oh yeah, I'm gonna drag it into the room and rummage around and, and throw it out.
Oh, dear Lord. Okay.
Yes.
So,
That's pretty much the encounter. The,
Foon's gonna take out one of his grenades, and maybe we can clear the next room by rolling it in and just throwing it.
Yadar, you okay with that?
Reaver kind of stands there. He's gonna be like, seeing as you decided to choose violence.
I think they chose violence.
It
Wouldn't
was
you?
It jumped out at us.
Yes, the primitive creature. While you were armed with combat armor and grenades, you felt so threatened.
We'll stay right here while you go talk to them if you want.
Peter just kind of shake his head a little bit and he goes, "Perhaps that might be best."
You really want to go try to talk to them by yourself?
At least see why they are here. I'm curious.
All right, well, we'll not be in the room, but I guess be in the room next to you. And I give the rest of the crew a meaningful look while holding up my gun.
Wait a second. I'm gonna hand Godar a grenade that is specifically one of my stun grenades with a blast radius of 12. Or sorry, of 9. So that he has one. Grenade.
You're still going in strapped with his shield, his shock maul, and everything else. So you're just trying to go talk these things.
I know, but here's a grenade.
Just in case.
Just in case.
I appreciate the gesture. As Yadir will kind of go out and go out towards these creatures.
yeah, you have to pull open the cargo bay door. Everybody, you're basically standing on the wall where the door is, so you can pull that open and look into the fairly large cargo hold. They have completely transformed this room into a nesting ground of sorts. There are basically makeshift walls, empty clutches of empty nests where clutches of eggs used to be. Most of them got taken out, although you do see there's scattered around. There are a couple of eggs still left behind in the nests. What you see, dear, as you can open this up and start climbing in, is towards the far end, in what seems to be a I don't know what's the word, like not a nursery, but
Hatchery.
maybe. There's actually beds of twigs and sticks and leaves and things of that nature. Beds of grass set up. And as you climb down, you can see that there's about 4 of these frog creatures, and they're all suffering from some kind of disability. Several of them are missing legs or arms or It's very clear compared to the ones that you just fought that one of them is completely blind. Its eyes are glazed over. And they're all kind of sitting there groaning, croaking, screeching as they see you. But they're, for the most part, completely at your mercy, unable to act.
Yeah.
Crippled.
So Yadir's going to kind of like, again, he's going to have both of his hands up and kind of a display of trying to be like non-threatening. And he's going to try to impart that same like, and telepathic like field of like, I'm not here to hurt you. Like, try to calm down.
Okay. Go ahead, roll for it.
Yep, it goes off.
Yeah.
So
you can do this for each of them. I'm not going to make you like roll for it each time. But essentially, as you climb in and approach this this medical area, I guess you could say, this makeshift little hospital where they keep their injured, they're wounded, they're crippled. Using your psionic abilities, since they are more or less still animals, you calm them to the point where they stop screeching and howling at you. They're pitiful in this state. Most of them can't move. The blind one is just sitting there against the wall, unable to act really. As you're sitting there watching the one that you calmed before, it's like slowly crawling its way through the walls, and you hear like a plop as it climbs through a hole in the cargo hold and drops down. It sees you standing among the wounded, and it is deeply confused. It is gripping its weapon still, and it still maintains this air of hostility as it croaks and screeches at you, as if to warn you away, to get you to leave. Although it's in such a haze, it appears that it doesn't directly attack you at the moment.
Okay.
It's got a bullet hole and it's bleeding.
Yeah, so I'm going to go over to it, and I'm going to try to like again be like, like, hey, it's okay. I'm just gonna let me help you. So Yadir's is going to be like, let me help you. You're the only one that can get these. He kind of like gesture towards the crippled ones out to safety. The rest of your tribe is gone. Can help you.
Make a persuasion check with a boon.
Okay. What is my persuasion?
Better keep Foon out of there because he's not helpful.
So I just got blasted.
If you need help, I can try a animals roll to see if it helps you.
That's okay. I got it. Hey, cat. Speaking of animals,
And then hey, cat.
Whack, whack, whack.
Oh
whack.
yeah, there are animal rolls. That might have been more pertinent, but oh well.
all right. So that's an 11.
With your telepathy already in place, and you present an air of unaggressiveness. You try to communicate this feeling, this sense to this creature. As you approach it, it lifts the bone knife that it's holding up. It swings kind of impotently a few times in the air, like warning you away. However, it doesn't lunge at you. It doesn't strike at you.
Okay.
Using your psychic ability, you can impart what you're trying to tell it, saying, we're not here to hurt you. You have to take these wounded and leave, which it has a bullet hole in it now. So that's kind of...
So what I'm about to do is I'm going to. How much damage did you do to it, Moira?
12, I believe.
12, yeah, I think so.
So that wasn't really enough to break through its endurance, but it's heavily wounded still.
All right. So I'm going to using one of my Zodani abilities called Empathetic Healing, I'm going to transfer his injury. I'm going to heal him by transferring his injury to me.
Cool.
Damn.
We are the
So-
weirdest party.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to do like try to help a
We're good with
Neanderthal.
it.
No,
We're good. I
this
just
is
said it was
hilarious.
weird. We're an interesting party.
Yes, we are
Weird.
two people.
I-
So let's see how much I can heal him by. All right, so yeah, I can take away 10 of that damage done to him.
Really? Neat. How much endurance do you have?
I have 10, so that means I can. I'm not going to take away all of it, or else I'll
Oh.
be. Yeah. So I will take because if I take 10, wait, is it if you lose one stat, you don't pass out. So you use 2 stats to pass out, right?
Yeah, 2 stats to pass out.
Yes.
All right, yeah, I could take away all my endurance then. So I'd be at 0 endurance, but I still have my dexterity, right?
Sweet.
Oh my
Um,
gosh. Oh wow.
That's
Oh,
awesome.
he's gonna heal.
So basically, what it looks like is that I'm gonna again keeping that aura of calm and compassion and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna slowly, kind of like gently, get my hand as close as I can to him, and then it's gonna start glowing this kind of like purplish blue, almost like violet, because it's Zodani, and that it'd be like a different like order of things. And if anybody was there to watch this, these like tendrils of psionicness are gonna start like weaving into the wound, and slowly you'll see like a wound, like the bullet will start to pop out, and like the wound will start to close up. But on me, you can't. There's no visible wound, but internally that wound channel will start to appear in my body. And then like Yadir is gonna start like coughing, and like a little bit of blood's gonna come out of his mouth, and he's gonna try to like spit that out as he from the pain. And then he's gonna like, what's up?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was going to say, has there been a session where your deer hasn't bled yet? I
don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Technically, the first one, because the bullet didn't pierce my armor.
Oh, true.
So for Foon's name for you is the Bleeding Man is not inaccurate.
Not unwarranted. Yes, no, it's accurate. There's at least some blood comes out of me. I got to admit, I have to go. You do go to a blood drive. And Yadir's kind of like holding that side of his body. He goes, there. No, take them. Go find your people.
The creature, you heal it, and it's got a primitive brain, right? It's just starting to figure out tool use. However, Yadir, as you do this, you get the slightest sense that it is developing some kind of empathy. It's at least recognizing the gesture that you just performed. This pre-sentient species, this one creature, at least demonstrates the ability to understand what you just did for it.
And if I give it psionics, I could probably make it full sapient, but I'm not gonna do that.
So it lowers the bone knife in its hand until, as it walks over to where the 4 wounded and crippled of its kind are, it drops the knife onto the ground and instead tries to lift and very slowly, with difficulty, try to drag out its kind. It's probably going to take it a while, but it seems like the threat has passed. At least you've given it a purpose, and the others are not really a threat to you.
Yeah, I'm going to kind of calm read to everybody else. I'm like, the creature's carrying out. It's crippled. Don't harm it. And then as he's doing that, I'm going to attempt to regenerate.
Cool. Man, psionics is so busted.
As we're all as we're all watching this, you see Moira kind of look over at him, look at like the wounds healing, look at everyone else, and go, "Man, I kind of feel bad about shooting that thing now."
Well, I killed one.
Nope, I fail on regeneration. So
Womp womp.
Or-
Yeah, you're a little too much effort, man. Too much at
Yeah.
one time. Like you try,
Yeah,
and then like you start coughing up a little bit of blood.
yeah, try to have my chip a little too much dip on the chip.
Yes.
Apparently, this though makes you bleed again. I think you should have calmed it down. It would be easier just to slaughter them.
Easier is not always the best option, Foon.
So can you clear them out, Yadir, or are we like?
They're not our clanmates, so we don't have to care about their lives.
We don't have to, but someone does.
Mm.
The one that you shot, Moira, I took away its injury so I could carry it away. It's crippled, so it should be able to do that now.
Yeah, I saw the wound knitting itself with no one touching it, so I assumed you were involved, or else there was another scion around.
But unfortunately, I now have that bullet wounds channel lodged in my abdomen, so it's quite painful.
Oh, fucking hell, lad! All right, well, like, I'm sure Hamish is gonna be slapping you down on the mat as soon as we get back to the ship.
I can do first aid. We
No.
have
Shit.
and we have to do it now. Or
Yeah,
it
It's-
LeBlanc,
doesn't take.
go for it. LeBlanc.
It's internal. I can heal it later.
I have a first aid kit in medical training.
He has internal
That's-
wounds. You can't really
wounds.
do first aid on his bleeding kidney.
He damaged
yeah,
him
with what I have.
Really?
He has
How
a
would-
really
how
good
would you?
first aid kit, so I don't
Yeah,
know how
cut it-
that actually
Well, I can
happens.
do an MRI, see where the bleeding is, cut it open and cauterize it, and sew them back up.
Damn,
gonna-
that's awesome.
You're gonna perform like surgery on me?
Right here, in the nest. Yep. You lay him down next to the other frogs.
Well, so we're in the hospital. What's the problem?
It's
I'm
a
just
hospital
trying to-
before they learned about the little
Yadir's like-
pieces of corpses that actually kill humans.
Yadir's
I'm
like, no,
just
I'm
trying
fine.
to
Like
hold
LeBlanc's
up
like, no, I insist.
Hey, if he really wants to wait and try it, heal himself, that's fine. I just figured
Okay.
I might help.
So
Yeah.
we're at the end of this session. Real quick, let's do a few things. There are a couple of things that we could salvage in here if we would like to try. Moira, you know that ships have computer cores. A several thousand-year-old computer core of a derelict wreck that's been abandoned for could probably fetch a pretty good penny.
Yeah,
However,
just from the rarity.
yeah, but it's going to be difficult to extract after all this time. It's going to be a 12+ computer check to see if you can get that.
Do you want me to try right now, or?
Yeah. And
Boom, baby.
there you go. Moira, you can climb down, take your time, get yourself to the bridge. It's ancient tech. It takes you a while, and it's a very delicate procedure. But extracting the computer core from this ancient ship, you think it goes pretty successfully. It's not something that you can just plug right into your laptop and get running, but this probably is worth something to somebody somewhere. Pretty good amount of money.
Auction somewhere, yeah.
Okay. Everybody else, we can do some investigation checks. We can do about 5 of those.
Oh, cool.
Investigation or recon or just.
Investigation or recon is fine.
I mean, I can
By-
try
by
to
the
do an
way,
investigate. I'm just gonna. It'll be a -2.
Yeah, by the way, GM, I healed myself back to full, but in doing so, I drained all my side points.
Okay.
Yep.
Ridiculous. Man, you're so freaking strong.
Well, I have +2 investigate and +3 recon.
I have a +1 investigate and I think +2 recon.
I have a -2 investigate because it is unskilled.
I'm sorry, +3 in recon. No, if it's int based. Never mind. Sorry.
There are five. There are five basically working unsullied crew quarters that you could scavenge through. So
Or
I want to
+2.
cut those up. So we're gonna roll 5 total. Whoever would like to.
I'll do one. Anybody else? I mean, Foon, you want to try learnings and try one?
Well, I'm still grinding on Dex, so I was gonna
Okay.
just do I can do recon, but it's gonna be a +2.
Okay.
that.
Well, I will do one room.
I'll do another room.
If Moira has time after ripping out the computer core, she'll do a room. But if not, no worries.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna do a room as well.
2 successes. 3 successes.
Ooh,
All right.
good, Foon.
2 more.
One failure.
Fail. So 3
You want me
successes.
to do the last one?
You have the
Yeah.
+3, right? So
Yeah.
yeah.
Moira's really distracted from ripping out the computer core.
Oh,
All right.
And-
3
What room?
successes.
I couldn't find the door.
It happens. You're on a freaking upside down, sideways ship, man. That's whatever.
you were feeling remorseful because you
Not
truly
really.
finished off the one that I killed, or that I started the kill of.
Yeah, and
Wow.
LeBlanc looked over and saw like Moira falling out of another stateroom and came over and helped me, which is why I didn't get anything done.
Whoa.
Okay.
What are
big
these
number.
means?
We found power dress.
No, but you do find, old crew belongings, valuables, things of that nature. Antique
Recipes.
clothing, things like that. You find
Cool.
enough equipment and things like that to add up. It's probably going to be about 4,250 credits all sold. That
That's
you
not
probably
bad.
pawn off, sell, get rid of otherwise, sell to collectors. Nice little chunk
Okay,
of
so-
change.
So should we just record the credits or record the actual items?
I wouldn't
Can we-
record the credits just yet. Well, we can do that. It's basically we're gonna go to Funtramas and sell it anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, that's fine.
Um,
Just go ahead and record a 4,250 credits as gained in valuables that we sell later.
Can we take images of this area and sell it to someone?
Absolutely. I mean, all told, that computer core, I'm gonna figure out how much that's worth. You got that chunk of change from the valuables, and then you can also declare that you discovered this derelict wreck, and also that you discovered a pre-sentient species. That's quite a
And
lot.
killed one of them.
And killed one of them, but
We
it
won't
happens.
declare that part.
Can
I
we
mean,
take
only
samples
killing
from the
one of them is pretty good.
one?
Yeah, we could take that one we killed and give it to Hamish as and give it a autopsy so that way he knows more about it.
Alright, we should bring the dead body back so he can do that.
Yeah, I think he'll be at least happy with us for bringing something back.
Visitors from the darkness, they came down. They scared the crap out of most of us. They came and slaughtered the wicked and helped the good. That's our thought anyway.
Alright, so
Hey, you slaughtered. I was the good.
oh, I know, you were completely good, but we're like, nope.
LeBlanc's war pick's still buried inside that other one.
We have to clean a monoblade in the war pick.
Yeah. See, peace is the better option, just because you don't have to clean your weapons. But, okay. That'll be that.
So
Scouring
we
the
also
ship.
bring in okay.
Yeah, scouring the ship, getting everything good. If you're gonna drag that body back up to your helicopter, that's whatever. That's you. You spend some time gathering the loot, getting the computer core, getting everything, and that's pretty much that. Mission accomplished.
Woot!
Okay. all told, pretty good.
This is a very
Oh.
full game we just had.
Hell yeah.
And that'll be that. We'll pick up next session as we return to the Guild T, and we'll finally make our way to Funtramas, and we'll have Daz along for the ride.
We
Hell
barely fucking. We didn't even make back our crew expenses and monthly maintenance.
No, we didn't. But
Welcome
we might.
to Traveler.
But we might be making it back because we saw images of the area.
Plus, I have a core from an ancient ship that we might be able to sell to a collector or
Yeah.
at auction.
Yeah.
Information on the area with pre-sapient species
Yeah, we can definitely have some
and the
info
body of one.
explore, so we can definitely have info brokers, or whoever wants to have like rights to the fucking shit. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the Imperium, it would be a no-brainer. Just go tell the Imperium about it. Here, you probably gotta, scavengers or the Travelers' Aid Society that would probably care more about that.
Yeah,
You
probably
could probably make
scavengers.
more money off of telling, salvagers, but then again, that they might come and kind of ruin these people's temple. It's kind of just what you want to do.
Yeah, I think telling the TIS would probably be our best course of action.
Sick.
I am listing the items.
I got to get that USS Enterprise Prime Directive.
I think Foon is very much the if you are part of the clan, I will not try to kill you. If you are not part of the clan and you jump out at me, I attack you and you try to die.
Well, no, imagine if Yadir wasn't even here.
We would just kill them all.
There's a whole plan of sneaking onto the ship and having to fight off like hordes of these at a time. They're not overly difficult to kill, but they would swarm you, like drag you down, grapple you to death.
No, we would have
Totally.
just blowed them out of the sky
or
by
you would blow them up,
dropping
or
bomb.
or like go through the ship with a
back and have-
flamethrower.
Go back and wait for Hamish to come back from where he's gone to and make poison gas to drop from the helicopter.
Or take the Guild T and take your double lasers and just commit war crimes.
It's not war crimes when they're animals. It's
But
called poaching.
they're not just animals. You're cutting a fine
No.
line there when they're at tool
If you're
use.
pre-sapient, they're not people. They're animals.
Yeah, so there's sentient and there's sapient, and sapient is a defined line. Sentient is a gradient.
You're either people or not. If you're not people, it's poaching.
Well, either way, only one casualty is what it is. That'll be that.
Okay.
And hey, I think I've caught back up with Foon on kills.
Hey, half of that kill is mine.
Foon gets the assist.
I get the assist on it.
It's like points in hockey.
Absolutely, yeah.
The one sport Todd actually likes.
Oh yeah.
Well, that and sumo.
Oh yeah, well,
All right.
that one's just disgusting.
I'll end the session.